Hello everyone. How diddly doodly. And let's go to the questions. So we should be in the Bruships stage, and I need to find the Q&A questions. There's the questions. Hey, hello. Right then. Let me get all the buns on it. How you doing, Dan?
I'm all right. Managed to get a run in today, which I'm pleased about.
Yeah, my mum was worried about you. She thinks you're trying to kill yourself by running on the treadmill.
I mean, I'm not. I try not to kill myself.
That's good. That is good. Because, you know, I don't want to say that my mum has favourite children, but I'm fairly sure you rank higher than me. I'm not sure if you rank higher than Karen, but I think you rank higher than me.
Well, you know.
Oh yeah, questions are coming through. That's good. Right, I have 1901.
Why is my silly phone deciding to not use the right speaker?
It's always a possibility.
Or rather, why is it not letting me change what it's doing in the sound out the top?
Because it's trying to be cruel.
Ah. Oh, I think it's done. I think it's better. You have to touch. You have to touch it in just the right places for it to do what you want. It's finicky.
I won't say what touching things in just the right places to make things work. It springs to my mind.
No,
Hello.
I was having the same thoughts. Thinking it's family friendly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we will keep it family friendly rather than anything else.
We will do. Hello. Oh, good lord, I have a poodle killing me. Hello. Hello. He's saying hello to everyone.
Hello, Goodo.
Yeah, he is telling everyone he is, of course, the reason they're really here, not me. He knows that. So
has commenced.
Yeah. So first things first, as we're taking in some questions and as we're getting everything ready, and I should make sure it's questions open because questions are currently open and taking questions around. So on Thursday, you and I are meeting up and wandering around London.
Yep.
Shall we have a plan and tell people of our plan? So if people want to tag along with us, they can.
Yeah. Are you coming up to London that day or the day before?
I'm up the day before, so I'm there the morning and the afternoon, and I'm wandering around.
So I was just gonna go away. So I was just having a quick look at when the IWM opens.
Yeah. I'm planning on getting to King's for roughly 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So I mean.
But I do have my accommodations are not far from King's, so we can change into smarter clothes should we wish to at my accommodations. We can disappear off to do that.
Okay. I mean the IWM's open from 10.
Yeah.
You could aim at something more like 11 because
yeah,
I've got all time.
That's fine. That's fine by me.
And yeah.
Because unfortunately, we're not getting our planned tour through the country with you being getting to be a white van man for one, or live out your dream of being a white van man for a bit.
No, because the minions are revolting. Sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Resident boxers are going on strike.
It's okay to call the resident boxers minions. It's not okay to call the nurses minions.
Yes.
When you call the nurses minions, that you cause problems.
Oh, no, I would never do that.
No, Dan has a survival instinct. Calling the nurses minions is a good way to find your survival curtailed.
Yeah. Well, that would not leave one not long for the world.
That would mean your free trial of life would have expired, with no chance of extension or pay for play.
Mm.
And yes, everyone, I am taking paracetamol because of my shoulder.
He needs to increase the autism.
I wish. Right then, hello everyone, welcome to Bruships. Hello Runon, how are you doing? How's work?
We start 6/12s tomorrow. I'm gonna make so much money, but I'm gonna be so dead.
Yeah,
Also,
I do sometimes think it's a competition between you and Dan over who's working more hours that they shouldn't be.
I think I actually might be getting paid more per week than Dan will be.
Potentially, I don't necessarily get paid for my overtime. I'm on a standard contract.
I never understood that about anybody who can't really choose their hours.
Mm. I view it as being white collar work. You're paid to do the job, not the hours. For the most part.
This is all.
If the if the fates were to ever align, I would be able to slack off for a bit.
So, in the nicest way, I have the same in terms of time and experience earned in my field. I have roughly I'm comparable to any MD. Especially if you figured out a way to tabulate all of my training and education. But for some reason, I get paid time and a half and double time, and a doctor especially a doctor that can't really, from the sound of it, schedule their own hours, can't.
Correct.
Please note,
I don't like this.
I have worked out long ago that being a contract lecturer does have an advantage versus being a tenured lecturer. If they want me to work extra hours, they have to pay me for it.
Yeah.
Yep,
That's about its only advantage, but it is an advantage.
There definitely are times when being a mercenary is better.
Yes.
And when I'm being employed as a mercenary, so when I'm doing that kind of overtime or whatever, I will behave accordingly.
I have long ago decided being a mercenary is a good idea for your quality of life.
I like getting things like sick pay.
Believe it or not, I get that as part of my contract as well. I negotiated so you get money on top of your hours to account for sick pay and holiday pay.
I think I'm technically now getting PTO. Because I'm under the local Union 26's contract, not 666s or 1340s, and their contract I think includes a certain amount of PTO disbursement.
That's nice.
Which I'm assuming is paid time off.
Yes.
Yes.
Vacation time.
As opposed to something like post-traumatic something.
Well, I can think of the scientific words which go with O, but yeah. How many times have you been fleeted by your boss now?
Twice.
And if it's more than twice, the boss is now doing it on purpose.
Well, let's put it this way: on the shift that we're on, of the line workers, I'm one of two, and the only one that has that sense of humor that he has worked with before.
So you've been fleeted multiple times by your boss?
Probably. I'll probably be fleeted even more.
It's just terrible. It's terrible to be fleeted so. Right then.
Hey, they're paying me 59.50 base an hour. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to know what your price is.
My boss is also competent and gives a crap.
Oh, well,
So
that's worth something.
And
I see this as an absolute win.
can I say this one thing again? And I think I've said this to you before, but the programming in that will send Arun on to the host for her incompetence, that just seems a bit cruel. I don't think anyone deserves that. There are
Problem is,
level.
I just
That's a
told
level
you
of cruelty
my
I won't go
hourly
to.
rate.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, okay, let's start off the questions. Timu, having just been to Japan, did anyone else find themselves missing those cheerful station jingles, or are we all back to wondering why British trains only announce delays, not melodies? Actually, to be fair, I am sort of missing the jingles. They were kind of nice in the stations. Every station had its own sort of melody and heartbeat. It was kind of cool.
I didn't pay any attention to it. Sorry.
That sounds on brand.
My normal default is music happens to other people.
What a sad way to live.
No, I've heard her singing.
No. It's not that I have a problem with music. It's just like
my friend is one of the nicest people you ever meet. I love him like a brother. I've heard her singing. I can accept that explanation of music happens to other people.
And this is the problem is that I like half my family are or have been professional singers.
Yes.
So I certainly have the volume.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that a family full of artisans determined that you were such a black sheep at the family trade that they decided to pony up the money for you to go to medical school instead of continue the family trade.
Kind of.
It doesn't really sound like it was a kind of situation. It sounds like it was a, no, that's exactly what happened. I just don't want to admit it situation.
I mean, between me and my sister, I generally view it that I was the thick one. Yeah. You know, she was the one where some of the subject teachers, when she said she was going to be dropping their class, you know, as she went through, were kind of like, "But you can't. You're my best student." And it's like, "But I'm going to." And it's like, "No."
So, at the risk of tooting my own horn too loudly here, apparently that was the reaction of several of the public school teachers when my mom officially filed the paperwork for intent to homeschool.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was actually statistically relevant in keeping that institution's standardized testing scores high, because this was after No Child Left Behind.
Fun times.
Yeah. Were you at risk of being left behind?
Don't worry, Carrot 1151. We will reopen questions in a bit. And no, I doubt Runon was about to be left behind. I think Runon was probably keeping the rest ahead.
Yes,
having dealt with the stats of those systems.
My Doc, as a reminder, I am literally allergic to being bored.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem became in school, I was bored. I also had an atrocious math teacher, which made sure I hated math for the rest of my life. Yeah.
Okay, Team 82. How was the Galaxy Express 999 jingle in Shinkobe Station? The music in Shinkobe was particularly nice, but I still think my favourite jingles were who is playing Timberborn?
Well, it's not you, and it's probably not Dan, so that leaves...
You?
Yes.
That's Yeah, you're doing okay, but you could do better. You could do better. How are you going to run your power lines?
I already have.
Yeah,
I'm playing Iron Teeth. I have tube waste.
I know.
It drops the difficulty on this game by like 6 notches.
I'm not sure. I quite like
Yeah.
because I like the idea of my beavers flying through the air. I like the airways with the folktales.
No, no flying no.
One should never be objecting to flying beaver. Never object.
I was deliberately avoiding going there simply so I could stay within channel TOS.
I did. What was wrong with what I said?
You all's concern frighten me.
We try. This is our role as British people encountering a colonial.
Yeah. So yeah. But where was the station we were staying in Tokyo? I'm trying to remember. Shinagawa. Yeah,
Shinagawa.
the music in Shinagawa was probably the coolest one, but that was because whenever I got into it, it kind of felt like going home, because it was our home for so much of the trip. Shinagawa was the station we went into, and we're home. We're now back. We're okay.
Yeah. It was the only one whose kanji I actually learned to recognise.
Yeah. We all and I will say this again: if you are going to Japan, you're going to Tokyo. You want to spend a few days in Tokyo. Whatever you do not stay in the centre of Tokyo. It will be so expensive you will be blinding yourself. But Shinagawa is a right balance between price and ability to get everywhere.
Um.
And fairly decent food as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan, would you like the good news or the bad news of the recent bright idea I've had?
The good news first.
You have vaguely 18 months before you encounter me?
Yay!
Possibly less, depending upon how cuckoo things go on this side of the Atlantic.
That would be very cool.
Yeah.
The bad news is you might be stuck on a small island in the South Atlantic with me for an indefinite period of time.
That's something I'm sure we can cope with. We have ways of dealing with such things. They mostly involve alcohol.
I don't drink, though.
I do.
Don't worry. Dan will get you served and then drink your portion. Okay, next question.
As long as he's buying.
Yeah. Nights ago, when do you think Russia's nuclear weapon usage threats lost their intimidating effect? As they threatened it so many times and not done it, it becomes, oh, here we go again. That's the problem. Basically, the moment your threats have almost... I won't say this out loud, but I do currently have programmed in my calendar my next 2 weeks of when I reckon Russia's going to threaten nuclear weapons again. And whilst I won't tell you if I'm right, there is someone who I currently have a bet going with as to whether I'm right. And this is the level of, once you've reached that level, that there are people, I suppose, like me in my profession and doing what making those kind of bets of Russia will threaten nuclear weapons again on this week. You have lost the whole shock impact, and you're starting to even lose the press effect, because even the media are starting to go, and Russia threatened this again. It's kind of like when a certain president liked to draw red lines, and this is an American angle, and then not enforce them.
Yeah, I'm still salty about that.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, if you start drawing, threatening nukes is kind of like drawing a red line in the sand or whatever. And it's a case of, and then we don't do anything. And it's a case of, okay. Now, please don't get me wrong, I prefer they don't use them, I really don't want to use them, but this is one of the reasons why conventional deterrence and conventional weapon systems are quite so important, and having a balanced force matters, because if you have to rely on something like nukes for your deterrence, and you're not prepared to use them, then they're no longer a deterrent, they are a paperweight.
And also, too, part of the problem is that when you actually are intending to use nukes,
people don't believe you, so they don't read your messaging correctly.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you start cracking open cans of liquid sunshine, and everybody's like, "You was serious about that?"
Yeah.
Bonus point if anybody gets that reference.
You can, and again, it's a crying wolf too often.
Castanet, are you talking about lifetime costs? Yes, Carrot. The IRS will hit me with a mahoosive fine if I fail to file income taxes while living overseas. The problem is, I find it highly unlikely that unless the United States dollar crashes, which is not a non-zero possibility, that the IRS that I'm going to be making over, I think it's the $125,000 a year threshold, for the IRS to actually take any of it.
And also, there's always the thing of British citizenship, so you don't have to worry about that tax. You only have to pay tax once then.
I don't really intend on renouncing my U.S. citizenship anytime soon.
You could go for dual citizenship.
Yeah, but I would, as a U.S. citizen, to my knowledge,
you still have to.
Even as a dual citizen, when you're not resident, you start to pay tax. Goodness me, the IRS really do have you lot wrapped up, don't they?
Yep.
Yes, because...
I have friends who were born in the UK, have never lived in the US for any, they've never been kind of resident in the US, and they have to file taxes with the IRS because they have dual citizenship.
Yep. I mean, we've decided that we can't tax multimillionaires and billionaires, so we have to tax the little people as much as possible.
Yeah. Well, of course, because, where would the wealth generation be in taxing
I'm
billionaires?
just imagining if you tried to do that to a British citizen.
Yes.
Well, they do if they're also American citizens, but that's because...
No, what I mean is, if the British government tried to say to a British person who was living abroad, that's why we have the whole non-domicile and other tax-exempt statuses, because try and get the money off us.
Yeah.
And also, surely there's the whole no taxation without representation thing, and if you're living abroad, pretty much
I would vote absent C. I would contact my, let's say if I immigrated from York County to, technically I could notionally immigrate to York County, if York is a county in the UK. Anyway, I would then
Yorkshire, technically.
I'd then contact the York County voter registrar. They would send me a absentee ballot because I have a valid reason to get an absentee ballot in the state of Virginia, i.e. I can not physically make it to the polls.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would get it, fill it out, sign it, get my appropriate witnesses and so on, and send it back, and that would be how I would cast my ballot in any applicable election.
Okay, Foxo seems to be having trouble joining.
Yes, I think Discord has updated the user interface on stages for desktop, and it is causing issues.
Yep, they have, because I can't directly. Yeah.
I had to invite myself and then click the invite instead of just promoting up.
Can you hear me?
Both me and Dan just joined straight away. Okay.
Can you hear me? Just check.
Yes, we can hear you. 5x5.
Carrot, Sakia has announced they'll be doing it in last year's tax budget. Okay, expect the revolution anytime they try and actually implement it. What are you doing, Poodle? Okay. Remote, do you think the counter-class destroyers had more redundant equipment and weapons for nuclear war environment than the US DDGs at the time? Equipment that are resistant against post-nuclear blasts. Look, I will say there is one advantage the county DDGs probably did have in the redundancy scenario versus their American counterparts, is that they usually had a lot of the older versions of equipment in there as well as the newer versions, because the British government was cheap and they had the older versions sitting in a warehouse, so they used them, and that meant you often had systems which, how do I put this politely, were designed for a slightly different style of war, and were less likely to be affected by electromagnetic blasts in the first waves, and it's in the first place, and B, were designed to be repaired with a paper clip and a thumb and a plastic band or rubber band. They are designed to be very easily repaired. That is the only advantage I can think for making that position, but that's not really much of an advantage. That's more we're cheap and this has worked out providential, so we get to claim we had a bright idea, rather than we actually did something decent.
The bubblegum and duct tape methodology of repairability.
Yes.
Sustainability.
It's basically a case of, these are things which were designed by the same ethos as designed the fairy swordfish. Oh, great.
Hey, the fairy swordfish did quite well.
The fact that you can repair a fairy swordfish, and there's actual sections in the manuals about how to reuse bra wires to repair sections of a swordfish, is a major selling point for global operations. It's not a good point in the 1960s when you're going, yes, and this means we will be operational in a post-nuclear environment. Why? Because honestly, to repair the thing and get something working is very easy.
I don't know. I think, as somebody who's spent a significant fraction of their life maintaining things and knows all the interesting and terrifying ways in which they can break, that sounds like an absolute win to me.
Yeah. I'm also currently wondering why this shoulder is hurting, and this is the one I keep having to bend down to pat someone, because if I don't, they basically start whacking their tail so hard it actually makes a drum sound on the bottom of my seat.
We need to get you a dog cam.
Yeah, I have been considering. I am considering setting up the other camera as a dog cam, so you all can just have a small image of the doggy, all the doggy's doing.
I'm also 95% certain that on Twitch we can set it up where it interfaces with the bot to dispense a treat on a redeem.
Probably could do. The trouble is, on that grounds alone, my poodle would become twice the size he is.
We can set it for a very high point value and have it rate limited.
Yeah.
However, given that my 3D printer my big 3D printer decided that it no longer wanted to work for me and leapt off the desk at 10:30 in the morning, which, to be fair, I should have been awake by then, but also mornings, and has now broken in such a way that I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the parts to fix it. It landed on the control interface, and it's an out-of-production printer. And the screen is
fun times.
Not available from the manufacturer.
Send me the stats. I have a friend who rebuilds those old ones for universities which don't want to how do I put this, replace them with new stuff. So because they want to keep some of the old ones going, they might have the part.
To be honest, I'd rather just send it to your friend so he can add it to his fleet.
But yes.
Because, okay, sorry, I should know better. But of all people in the chat, I should know better.
Don't worry.
But because I do not feel like going in there and reflashing the firmware so it actually listens to my acceleration speeds and not does its own thing.
Yeah.
Which is why it flung itself off the desk, because it's trying to sling 3 kilograms of mass back and forth at a non-negligible amount of speed.
Ouch.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be trying to do it at a non-negligible fraction of the speed of light or something.
Okay.
That falls under the category of the RBMK question, which YouTube Minecraft Watcher decided to ask an Australian artist and an American artist last night.
Oh?
Yes. No, Castaneda, Virginia has not had another earthquake that I'm aware about, because if it did, my news feed would have detonated with that. Mainly reports of tremors in New York, because Virginia tends to get ignored until it does something weird.
Is that a bad thing?
I mean, it would be nice to get some attention from time to time.
Now, I've got an interesting question come up. JM25M4X. Okay, JM25. You're gonna be Jam 25 now, okay? Because JM25 just makes me think Jam 25. Does the Recavatrus Monarch 1911 still exist, or was it scrapped? I think it's still down in HUDs deep in the channel, mostly because I don't think anyone went and moved it, and anyone's gone to it, and I can't find any records of anyone going and retrieving it. They could have done, but I'm doubtful. It was sunk with an awful lot of high explosives. There was an awful lot of things used to sink it, and yeah, that's about its limit. No. You're not
Yes.
you're Poodle. You are not in the case of demanding stuff. But yeah, so I don't think it's I don't think it's been moved. I think it's still down in HUDs deep. And then YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the mafia group known as Murder Inc. appeared today? How would they be dealt with? For clarification, they operate in New York as basically hitmen for the hire in the 1920s. Depends where they appear. In America, they probably go on the FBI's to deal with list, as well as the NYPD's to deal with the list. If they appeared in the UK, they probably end up having a long and fruitful relationship with the counter-terrorism squad. And when I say fruitful, I mean providing the counter-terrorism squad with a lot of overtime hours.
What the question was, if they were brought forward to today?
Yes, if they suddenly appear, if the mafia group known as Murder Inc. appeared today.
They would be simultaneously easier and harder to break apart. Because for one, we've got RICO. That's a mark in the counter-terrorists' favor. But also, this is a group that is able to operate with zero digital footprint.
Mm-hmm.
But also, New York City is also probably one of, if not the most heavily surveilled city in the United States at a less than federal level.
Yeah. Can I just say
the only reason I
say a small thing?
Yeah.
I have just got a fortune cookie come through, and it said, "You will be called to fill a position of high honor and responsibility." You notice, as this track record of my life, it doesn't say high remuneration.
Yes. You were expecting to be paid for your services?
Mm-hmm.
And paid a commensurate rate?
Mm-hmm.
Dan, you've got to disabuse your friend of these notions.
I keep trying. He has this crazy idea that he's worth something.
It's a crazy idea. I don't get out of bed if I'm not being paid. Well, actually, technically I do, because I'm a functioning insomniac, so I'm not in bed. But you know what I mean. I don't leave the door. I don't leave the house. Yeah, I have other things to do. I have dogs to walk and play with. I have books to read and write. I have YouTube videos to do.
Sisters to stop from getting bright ideas.
Let's see. Today she's had
mothers to stop from getting on plane rides to the other side of the globe to seek vengeance for
all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on that one. Then we have sisters who have... Well, today I found out why the oven's been smelling all week, because I was doing the cooking in it today.
By the way, what?
And I looked in it, and it turned out last week, when Karen had done the Sunday roast, she'd left the stuffing balls inside the oven in a little tray, and I forgot to get them out all week. So these stuffing balls have been incinerated.
I would love to say that I've never done that, but I did that with a roll of PLA once.
Yeah.
Took me forever to figure out what it was, too.
And this morning, before I did the Twitch stream, 3 times I had the shout out going, Alex, something's fallen on my back and I can't get up. Because she was organising one section of the house, which only one person can fit in at a time, and she decided she was going to do it. And stuff kept falling on her. In the end, I told her to just leave it be. She is a wonderful engineer. She is a wonderful engineer. Do not get me wrong. However, I do often wonder about the ability of my sister to function as an independent adult. She's good at running her department, she's good at running her team, organising herself, everything else is fine. But I think that's the trouble. She's always got the engineering stuff going through her brain, so she's not really paying attention to what's going on around her.
So she has a textbook case of engineeritis.
Yes. I'll go on. Has there ever been a military intelligence that was more incompetent than the Nazi system? The military intelligence of late Rome. That was pretty darn bad. Pretty much, you can pick the losing side of most wars, and they're usually bad. Napoleon's intelligence system. That was atrocious.
I do feel obligated to point out that the Nazi Germany intelligence blob wasn't bad. It was actually highly effective, but mainly because it was being run by the British to confuse the Nazis.
Yes, with that.
So it was operating exactly as its controllers intended. It's just the people receiving the reports didn't know who the controllers actually were.
And also, you should point out that certain members of the Nazi intelligence system were possibly not exactly that pro-Nazi.
Oh, gee, I wonder why.
I mean, but then again, group like the Gestapo was still scary.
Yeah. Joel Frederick. Yeah. The Gestapo were scary. Carry on, Foxer.
They weren't the most competent, but they weren't pushovers.
No. They were not pushovers.
Mm-hmm. They just weren't necessarily nice people.
Look, this is going to sound like a shocking, terrible thing, but actually, for certain positions in government, you actively don't want to recruit nice people.
Intelligence is probably one of them, honestly.
Intelligence is the one where you recruit people whose favourite phrase is, yes, I'm paranoid, but am I paranoid enough?
As opposed to, I'm not paranoid, I have all of the evidence that they are out to get me.
It's a case of it's not a rampant paranoia if people are actually out to get you. It's just good sense.
I feel like I need Leslie to give the current plant that I'm working at like a refresher course on OPSEC.
You don't want that. That would torture them.
Yes, but
we have all seen the Breaking Bad shorts of when Ehrmantraut goes and does that to a warehouse. And he was a relatively normal police officer turned criminal enterprise drug enforcer. Leslie, that's taking it to a whole new level.
Yes, but I'm not. Let's just put it this way. I kind of wish they would, because the people there are very nice and do a very good job at all levels of what they're doing. And I don't feel there's any danger. I have been trained by very paranoid people in what not to do when you are outside the wire and help.
Yeah. Paranoia is a survival trait. But yeah, the Nazis weren't actually the most incompetent. As for Joel, your suggestion of the U.S. Army occupation force in Japan that missed 300,000 soldiers marching into Korea. The problem was, and this is one of the problems you have throughout the Cold War, people believe that things are going to happen because the main powers say so. They don't have any concept that minor powers might act independently. And there's the hubris of the major powers that believe they can control their alliances like that. And they can to an extent. But when they do so, their alliance tends to fracture a little bit. Because you could argue, especially for America today, when they are so upset that they want Europe to rearm, etc., and be stronger. Well, the trouble is the handling of the Suez Crisis, and I'm not saying I'm in favour of the British and French forces and what they did in the Suez Crisis, it's just the way it was handled, meant that, you know, you had two scenarios happen. The French ended up leaving NATO, and they've rejoined it, but they've gone incredibly independent. And Britain has ended up almost defenestrating itself because what's the point? And that's a problem for you when you do that. And it's Soviets were even more open about it. 1931. Of the class of ships Fisher ordered scrapped in the 1900s, which ones was he right in order to being scrapped? Oh, there are some old ones. The problem isn't scrapping some of the ships, it's that they're being scrapped without replacement. That's the problem. You know, scrapping colonial gunboats and old sloops and third-class cruisers, that's fine. That's probably sensible. But you need to replace them with something. Maybe not another third-class cruiser. Maybe not even a modern protected cruiser. Maybe you replace them with a scout cruiser. Maybe you replace them with a destroyer. Maybe you replace them with a large gunboat. It doesn't matter, or a sloop or something. But you need to replace them with something on that mission in that area. And that's the problem. Does that make sense?
Was
Hello?
that why they ended up with so many armed merchant cruisers?
Yes.
Do you reckon?
Yes. Because basically that's filling that gap.
Because you needed to have the presence in the secondary, tertiary, and quaternary.
Theatres, yeah.
Yeah, because the Royal Navy, a bit like the Royal Marines, you know, the globe is their area of operations. Nope. Sorry, drop phone.
Well, that, and at that time, the Royal Navy still needed to have a full spectrum of capability, from deterrence to brushfire war to local conflict to full-scale global conflict. And they needed the continuum of assets to do that.
Yeah. And that's part of what they lost, I guess. Was the ability to get what's the right way of putting it? An ability to be everywhere.
And Montana 67, to answer your question, we're about $500 billion now more than we were in 2008. But there's also been inflation and other things. So, and I would also caution everyone, GDP it's a good snapshot of an economy, but it's not necessarily the best actual thing to peg to of an economy, because if you consider it, how do I put it this way? Well, there's the economists. The joke is that goes on is the economists. They're walking along. One sees a pile of dog poo on the ground, and offers to pay the other one $50 to do it, to eat it. They take it. They move along. They carry on. They see another pile of dog poo. The first one offer the second. The one who ate previously offers the first one $50 to eat that dog poo. So they do. They work along and go, hang on, neither of us are any better or any off. But no, don't say anything, because you just added $100 to the GDP. It's very bad. I'm very bad at telling a joke. I'm not an economist. I really can't tell it like an economist can. Because when I was sitting there listening to it and going, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah. Realistically, no one's got any money, and all you've done is eaten dog poo. I mean, it's just not good. Yeah.
You know, you look at what the markets did during COVID, and I don't pay attention to European markets, so I'm going to go with the American experience. The Nasdaq, S&P, NYSE, they all did fantastic during COVID. Joe Average didn't do so hot, and I'd argue that Joe Average isn't doing so hot still to this day. And the GDP of the United States, because we have companies like Nvidia, are technically U.S. companies, is fantastic. Yet look at the massive impact the disruption over SNAP benefits is having on people.
And AC75 R07, yeah. I think you've actually heard that joke done better than I've done it.
Historians are not necessarily known for their joke-telling capabilities.
Hey, all my students laugh at me when I tell a joke.
No, all of your students laugh at you.
Okay, yeah, but who's issuing them their grade for that course?
Me?
I rest my case.
Ramol 5708. In terms of the video on the county class destroyers, do you think the county is more multi-purpose destroyer than the Chuck Adams and the Farragut class, since the county has a helicopter hangar and deck? That does give them a flexibility, but the helicopters that they were designed for and the helicopters at that time were not exactly as flexible as the modern ones today. Also, let's be honest, the hangar was interesting on the county class in that period. But, yeah. Gossi de Padra. What was the brand for the tiny Yamato and her sisters you picked up on your trip? I have no idea the brand, but I will grab it and we'll show it to you, and then we'll find out the brand together. Let's see, where are they? Oh, there it is. Helpfully, the brand is in kanji, but I will do what you always do in this scenario when the brand is in kanji. Google Translate to the rescue. Oh.
Part of me wishes we weren't quite so dependent on Google, but then,
To be fair, then you have the scenario of our colleague who kept getting in nice-offs in Japan because he kept trying to go for the nicest way to say thank you and didn't realise that, you know, this was causing a trouble because it just meant that everyone was having to say thank you even more and more and more, and it just turned into time wasting for everyone because there was a nice-off going on.
wasn't that the Canadian though? I think it's
No, that wasn't the Canadian. The Canadian managed to not do that. It was close, but the Canadian managed to avoid that. The Canadian do not get involved in nice-offs.
Has Google answered you, by the way?
Yamato, Shinano, and Masashi Magnet.
Don't we have at least one native Japanese speaker in the community?
Maruki. Publisher Maruki.co.ltd. They're based in Tokyo. Maruaki. Maruki. It's on the back. But there you go. They're cute.
Knight, I would argue that Microsoft right now are trying to justify their multi-trillion-dollar investments in certain sectors. More so than they have gotten lazy.
Now, so yeah, Maruki. I'm gonna type that in. So that's on here. Harold Grunson. Fleet Air Arm did have control of maritime patrol aircraft during World War II and Cold War. What will have changed if they did have control of them? You probably have more. It's going to sound strange, but you then probably have more of a joined up grouping, and you probably end up with more aircraft because they are directly useful for the Royal Navy as an asset. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of having a Nimrod buy, you have the British end up going in with the Americans and maybe doing a domestic version of the P3C, but, you know, very much going, do we need to do this all ourselves, or can we integrate route? Because the Navy was far more on board with doing joint programs than the other services for quite a while. Hello. Either that or the Nimrod equivalent turns out to be an Anglo-French project.
Those cursed words.
Yeah, Anglo-French projects never work. They never work.
The Jaguar did.
Yeah, that's about that's the how do I put this politely? That's the exception that kind of proves the rule, because it worked because it kind of cracked.
Just saying.
It worked. I know. It did work. You are right.
And the Astra missiles aren't terrible. Just quite why we didn't just make sure that were compatible with Mark 41 VLS and just use that instead of a bespoke launcher.
No. They are compatible with the Mark 41 VLS.
Oh, cool.
We just went for the silver system because that was the European. That was going to be the sovereign capability, but that's the European build. Whereas Mark 41 is built by BAE, who could have established a license to build it in the UK.
Yeah.
But that would have meant going with BAE, and at that point, the MOD were going through their anyone but BAE phase.
And then got sticker shock when they discovered that BAE was actually going to be the cheapest option for the foreseeable future.
Yes, but they still bought the silver system.
Does the UK have a domestic large aircraft capability? Like 737 large aircraft?
Not anymore, and the only option would have been going for realistically is a Nimrod. Well, I suppose a Comet.
So cool. They can't make a P3 replacement domestically. Because the P3 is a reasonably beefy aircraft.
And that was why we had a Nimrod, which was a UK production aircraft, but it was just... Let's be honest, that was an interesting aircraft to choose. YouTube Micro Watcher. If Admiral Henderson was somehow put in charge of USN assets and procurement, how well would he do and what changes could you expect to see? Will he and Lee be best friends? If somehow you've got a Third Sea Lord-like position over the bureaus, Oh, good lord. I'm just imagining someone telling Henderson that he doesn't have the budget to properly test his torpedoes.
I do now. Where did you get it from? It was your salary.
I mean, considering some of the things he did by hook or by crook to get money, it's like the money, it's quite well known, but we're not really able to prove it, that he managed to use grants from the Treasury which were supposed to go towards closing yards to keep yards open.
Well, it's
And even to this day, the Treasury is not quite sure how he did it.
Part of the problem is going to be that a lot of how Henderson is able to get away with the shenanigans, from my read on it, is that British funding seems to be less structured than American funding is. There's a lot more wiggle room in it. And in the American system, he may not have the flexibility that he had in the British system.
Actually, I could see it going the other way, because in the American system, he just has to manipulate politicians. And again, he's prepared. He doesn't care about getting the credit. So
Honestly,
imagine
he
what.
doesn't even have to manipulate that many politicians. He
No.
has to manipulate the Senate and House Armed Services committees.
In a simple way, in a very real way, he could actually be even more devastating in the American system than the British system.
He will be. It would be very interesting to work out.
Because imagine what someone with that much pull in terms of contract awarding and where it's placed and how it's organised would have in a system where he's prepared to, where he doesn't care about getting credit, so everyone else can get the credit. They can get the credit. You know, just that's.
He's still. Again, it's going to be interesting because the distinct differences you have in the two financial systems.
Yeah. Oh, Walter Rose, he wouldn't quit the Navy to become a lobbyist. He would shamelessly, though, be manipulating the lobbyists.
Yeah, that's where I see him where I can see him having maximizing his impact, should we say. No, Joel, he would, if you could sell it to FDR as a shipbuilding expansion, is a great way to file into the various essentially job creation programs that FDR put together as part of the New Deal. I don't see FDR being super.
FDR doesn't really have a strong feeling either way on that subject. FDR would go with it, and let's be honest, that's how Henderson got through quite a lot of his programs. The Town class cruisers were shamelessly job creation.
Yeah, and FDR comes from the Navy Department.
And let's be honest, he doesn't just do he does a lot of work programs, and that includes a lot of. There is quite a lot of naval construction thrown into that. The main problem the US as the Navy has with expanding the naval construction is they have to build the yards first. And that would be probably how Henderson would get it. First of all, let's fund the creation of yards. Build the shipyards, because we need to recapitalize the merchant fleet as well as the naval, as well as the Navy. So that's a good reason to go. And then once we got them, well, now we've got these yards, we need to keep them employed, don't we? We need to keep them in work.
Are you trying to suggest that somebody might, I don't know, be able to outthink in terms of long-term thinking a politician?
I'm saying Henderson's entire modus operandi was thinking about 5 steps ahead. It didn't mean he was always right, or he always won. But he did pretty darn well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, especially in this time period, the shipyard you need to build a warship and the shipyard you need to build a civilian craft are pretty much identical.
Yes, and
The biggest difference is going to be the cranes, because nothing is going to be that heavy on a civilian ship.
yeah, well, you do have more experience, more great life experience expectancy as a lobbyist, but Henderson's just not the type to give in. That's the trouble. That's why he did work himself to his death. Because in a nice way, he's just not the type who's going to go, you know what, I want to do this for a minute. I want to do this as the basic effort. He's, let me put it this way. There are some admirals in history and a lot of officers and etc. in history who literally are, they are not there for the money. He's not there for the credit. He's not there for the status. He's there for the responsibility. Yeah, that's how I tend to describe it. There are some people in history who are in their position because of they thrive on having the responsibility.
Well, it's more normally slightly more selfless than that, in that they turn around and go, oh, bother, there's no one else going to be able to do this. I'd better.
Well, yeah, but that is kind of the responsibility issue, because they're looking at it as a responsibility. Someone's got to be responsible for this, and no one else is going to be, so it's got to be me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here. I know what I'm doing, so here we go.
Yeah, and it'll be easier for me to just sort this thing out than it would be to explain to somebody else how to do it.
Yep.
Not that I've ever found myself saying that sort of thing most days.
Alright. Eddie Rudolph, what was the difference between a destroyer escort and a frigate in World War II? Okay, one was built to still full naval standards in terms of its survivability, subdivision, all those things. One was still built to half commercial, or civilian, half military standards. Basically, a corvette is built to civilian standards, mostly, and has a single screw. Frigates have 2 screws and are built to semi-naval standards. As time goes on, these things sort of evolve and change, but yeah.
Yeah, it's
So it's their build. Carry on, Dan.
No, Dragon, permissions have not changed. Discord has changed the UI, and it's now frustrating.
Oh,
yeah, the frigates were designed to be buildable by shipyards that don't build warships, and making use of as few things that would need warship building experience as possible, so that they...
Also, it's designed to be built as quickly as possible in civilian yards, so this is why you build it close to civilian shaping and, subdivision and those things, because then it's going to be as quick as possible to build.
Yeah, and when we talk about these standards, I think it all still goes back to Lloyd's rules at that time, and kind of for forever. In terms of...
Yeah, carry
on. So it's Lloyd's rules for construction, and if you want to know what a definition of a of some of these warships are in modern times, Lloyd's have that.
Yeah, there are definitions. But Joel Fredericks, to answer that, nowadays, what's the difference between from a destroyer to frigate? They're both mostly similar, tonnages and arms. Yes and no. Usually, let's put it this way, one of the problems that comes up is often the ships serve around for about 2 to 3 decades, and the destroyers which are being built at the end of those 3 decades are going to be very different than the destroyers that were being built at the beginning of those 3 decades. And again, frigate sizes, etc., and these things increase in size and grow, because the more you expect something to do, there tends to be the bigger you have to, the bigger it's going to be. The more you want it, the more you decide, you go, oh, I wanted to be able to do this, this, and this, and this. Well, yes, that's great, but that's going to add cost to it, because it now needs to be bigger to have all the equipment and all the systems you need to do all those things.
The way I've tended to look at it is that a frigate is a trying to minimise the use of limited war type materials sloop. Whereas a destroyer escort, or destroyer in the case of the Hunt class, which is a way more logical way round of putting it, in my opinion, is a
Dan? Joel's asking about modern ships.
Oh, I can't remember. I haven't checked for a while.
The modern Joel Frederick's modern current question is that I was just dealing with, because it's, nowadays they're the same basically, and that's what I was just quickly answering. But realistically, in terms of modern ships, as I often describe them, frigates are basically ASW cruisers, and destroyers are basically air warfare cruisers. Because they're all pretty much doing the cruiser role in peacetime anyway.
And it's something to do with, I think it's a corvette can handle one threat at a time. A frigate can handle 2 threats at a time, and a destroyer can handle 3. In the sense of surface, subsurface, and air, or something like that. I have a memory of reading that somewhere in it all.
That was a theory during the 1970s. These days, they're all supposed to handle multiple threats. But realistically, what we're talking about is threat axes, and usually a corvette is a OPV which has the ability to actually defend itself. A frigate has the ability to defend itself, but also aggressively engage submarine targets. Destroyer, we're usually talking about aggressively engage air threats, but also defend itself against other things. And that's realistically where you get into the whole issues of the scenario. And a missile cruiser is basically, in my mind, a cruiser is basically able to engage in everything. So it's basically able to do ASW and air warfare, which is why the Type 83 does fit the cruiser definition.
And certainly there used to be a lot of stuff about cruisers were, again, this is a kind of British definition, but I think the other nations would probably have had something comparable. Had a really high capability to stealth. What's the word? What do they call it? Stealth refit.
Repair?
Yeah.
No, refit. They could basically go to a yard and do, essentially, or a quiet corner somewhere, and do most of a refit themselves with the spares and the kit and the people they had on board.
Yeah, they could do a lot of reconditioning themselves wherever they were involved. They could deploy around the world quite safely themselves and support themselves.
Whereas a destroyer wouldn't be expected to do that. Although the Australians started getting close with the Darings, which is, I don't know, somebody might write a book and describe them as a rocket cruiser or something. I don't know.
Joel Fredericks, I wish that was true. That's a very much a bare bones reading of it, sadly enough, but that's going into a whole level of it. What you usually find is it's not just the computer focuses aboard, it's the systems focuses aboard. Just because you have a radar system doesn't mean you have those full things. And VLS how many cells, and VLS is basically a standardized system. So we all carry Mark 41 VLS, or we all carry silver, or sometimes we carry a mixture of the two, and that's just the also there's VLSs. What kind of VLS are you carrying? Are you carrying strike length? Are you carrying stand length? Are you carrying short? What type of there are so many options. It's a beautiful world. 90 if Canada builds 11,000 plus ton Columbia class littoral combat ships, and are all in service in 2020, does that make the Freedom and Independence class littoral combat ships look even worse? Okay, for that I'd have to know what a 11,275 ton Columbia class littoral combat ship is. It's on the Canadian Power Alt History Wiki. I'm sorry, I don't think I've read that wiki lately. Links don't appear in YouTube. You're not because posting links usually involves people posting links to various adult entertainment sites. So no, that's not really possible. But basically, if you send in that link post that link on Discord, someone will have a look at it this week, and we'll try and answer that question next week.
Knight is allergic to Discord, so that's not an option.
Yeah, what I would say also is that, going back to the ships again, you usually, for a frigate, for ASW frigate, you will pay a lot more to raft the engineering, to make the hull a lot quieter, to make the engineering a lot quieter, to make it better. You'll pay to the nth degree. So basically, your frigate is your 90% ASW solution. Then you're probably on your destroyer. You'll want to work on stability, etc., to make it to give it the best profile possible for supporting its radars, and have its radars as high up as possible, so they have the highest horizons possible. And so you probably save money on that rafting, and so they're not as quiet.
Which is why it's weird that the Australians are wanting to use their version of the Type 26 the way they are.
And Joel Friedrichs, I wouldn't be surprised at that, because that's what people who don't tend to know much tend to argue on. I see that a lot in the UK media as well. It's a case of this has the same radar and the same VLS, so it can do all the roles. And he's sitting going, it's not the same radar. It's a different type of that radar, and it's not the same VLS, and it's not the same command information system, and it's not the same. It's one of those things of, I get into this a lot. And procurement it's not as straightforward as some people like to claim. And if you are trying to produce a truly general purpose ship, expect it to be incredibly expensive, because if you are going to have to raft everything and make everything as quiet as you can for it to be the ASW role, whilst also making it as stable as possible to do the air defense role, that hull is going to be a very, very expensive hull, and that's going to add price onto everything. And you're also going to want to add on other costs, other things to make it work, because if you're spending that much money on the hull, you've got to justify it. You're going to want to have a really top-of-the-range sonar, and to deal with a top-of-the-range sonar and sensor suite and all that total array, you're going to need a very, very powerful computing system, which is going to need to be cooled. You're going to need a huge amount of power for that. And then you also want to have the very, very powerful radars, which are going to need to be powered and cooled, and all the computers which support them. And this is why you then end up with ships which have very, very small VLS numbers and huge hulls. Why? Because their hulls are full of computers.
And additionally, the more cooling you have is the more motors and pumps and the like that you have to sound attenuate to one degree or another. Which adds to that cost, which adds to your maintenance costs, which stacks and stacks and stacks. Because unless you want to slow cook your crew, you have to disperse that heat into the water or the air outside of the hull.
Or operating the Arctic.
Even then, you'll still there's enough honeycombing even in modern ships, even in light build modern ships, that you're not going to be able to get all that heat out of the generators.
It's going to be good luck. basically, to do it all.
Yeah.
Stafford, how did the I think Stevgar too is Stafford. How did the
Yep.
Navy stay warm on cold and snowy nights as we're getting ours for our first snow of winter here? I think I'm going to have a truck nap tomorrow evening before making it back to base. There's always the whole layering thing. Then there'd be various, depending on ships, they might have heaters in them. They might have electric radiators. Again, it depends on the ship. It depends on its age. And of course, then you have usually the engines. And in the nicest way, the boilers will create a lot of heat. They will create a lot of heat. Remember, we've talked about this before in context of magazines, and the reason why you want to keep the magazines as far away from the boilers as you can is because the heat actually has an impact on the shell's performance and the powder performance. Well, that heat can actually have quite a big performance on the effect on the hull and its hull and the temperature for the people inside.
And remember that if you have a ship that has however many watts of output to the shafts, it's producing even more wattage in terms of heat, because even these boilers and steam generating assemblies are not 100% efficient.
In fact, they rarely are.
Although, to be fair, at the end of the traditional steam boiler technological life cycle for ship propulsion, where you're burning petroleum, they were quite annoyingly efficient.
I know.
Getting power from fuel to turbine.
Ramol 5708. Why did the US Navy never apply a helicopter deck and hangar on their destroyer-sized ships in the 1950s until the sprue cans entered service? Why did the cruisers and larger ships had helicopters? Mostly cost, but also because do they need them? What are they doing with them? They have a lot of carriers. They have a lot of Essexes, older Essexes even wandering around. It's one of those things of, if you have a specialist aviation ship, that's going to be better than using a space on your escort. And the US Navy committed for quite a while. If you consider what the first generation of Burkes were like, the US Navy committed for quite a while to the idea that the aviation assets come from the carrier, not from its task group. Joel Fredericks. During the 1960s, China abolished ranks and replaced it with positions, e.g. platoon commander. What would be the result if we did this today? A nightmare. Absolute nightmare. It's one of those things which people come up with on a regular basis as an idea. And it's one of those things that it sounds really good until you realise that, hang on, what training do you need to do this role? What training? You can always, in simple terms, in most militaries, they have a system where they can bust someone down to the ranks if you want to get rid of them. But in reality, you don't need to. You want to have those people with those ranks so they can operate in those ranks, and also then you can create commonality between positions. You don't have an argument over, well, my position is this, I'm platoon commander, so therefore, because I've got commander in my position name, I'm senior to you, even though you're so I can commandeer your equipment from the logistics officer. Whereas the logistics officer might not have commander in the title, but in another force they'd be equivalent to a major, and the platoon commander would be a lieutenant. It's just, and the thing is, and so it makes life a lot easier if you have the actual ranks, if you have the actual positions.
And essentially, you're still going to have that system re-evolve, even if you abandon it, because there's going to be enough kludge fixes of, well, let's just do this just to sort out, the arguments, the manager, the combat manager supreme.
Yeah, you end up having to basically recreate an entire rank system, and it's a nightmare. And also, it's kind of like in the UK, we have this thing where every few years we seem to reinvent what we're going to grade GCSE students on Are they even called GCSEs anymore? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, they are still,
thankfully. Oh, good lord! But they keep changing it. You know, they've gone from letters to numbers, and then they reverse the numbers, and because cause I think when I started, I was doing letters, and then my year had numbers introduced for one thing, so it was A, B, C, or D for your grade, and then numbers were, and when we had them introduced, I think ones were the highest, and then it went as you got lower your grade, your number got higher, so you end up sevens. But I think today, now it's reversed, it's sevens are the high number, isn't it, or something like that? It's just,
Which makes sense. I hate inverse scales.
and it
Inverse
just,
scales are stupid.
yeah, but it just gets. You just sit there and go, why is this? Well, we've done this because we felt that the letters were demoralising people.
No, the failing to educate people properly, so they ended up with bad grades, was demoralising people. You have fixed the wrong problem.
Yeah, you have.
But can't leave the child behind.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, well, the issue with the long-term issue with Leave No Child Behind is that schools now have their funding tied to their test scores, so they teach the test,
Yeah.
which is kind of what Common Core was supposed to alleviate, because Common Core was an attempt to try and teach students how to solve problems generally, and then it wasn't implemented properly and it turned into a meme.
People always end up teaching to the test, though. This is the joy of being at university, which students find really annoying at university. Is they go, so what's the test going to be? I don't know. I'll decide later when we get further on the year. I'll work out the questions.
Now,
So you're not teaching to test? No, because I haven't even written the test yet, so I can't teach to it.
Might just be because of the ways of the what's called subject. That's the one I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I was taught, but they had to have all of the questions done quite far in advance, like before the year starts. The questions had to already be confirmed, and even then, we still weren't taught to answer the questions on the test. It's, hey, these are what's in front of you, but we're more interested in you getting the right answer and how to get that answer more than getting it right.
Well, you see, the thing is, what I used to do, which was a bit cruel, but I wouldn't tell them this, is I would stick out the stick out coursework questions, get the coursework sort of back in after the first half of the year, look at what topics they'd avoided, and then those would become the exam questions.
Yeah, that's pretty cruel, not gonna lie, boss.
Yeah,
Very effective, but very cruel.
I would have viewed that as inevitable, but that's
in a nice way. One of the modules I was teaching on was psychological warfare.
I had
if you're not expecting it to be cruel and unusual punishment, why have you signed up to the course?
My first math professor would do this thing where if you answered the question correctly, cool, you'll get full marks. If you answer the question incorrectly, you don't get any marks. If you answer the question incorrectly but show your work, you will get a partial mark related to at what point in your problem solving place you screwed up.
Now, for us, say it was a 10-mark question. So 10-mark questions are usually pretty big questions. There was only a single point that was actually for the answer. So only 10% of your marks for this question was actually getting the right answer. The 90% were proving you can do the question. This is how you show your maths. This is what units use. You're consistent using units, etc. So...
yeah.
I mean, Walter brought us... In the average United States citizen's or resident's life, How often are they going to need to know that there are 54 individual nations in Africa?
Well, I think for starters, you'd need to check that that's actually the correct number at the moment, and that Sudan hasn't split into 2 again, or 3.
Regardless. So, I get what you're driving at, but I think there's better examples to get to that point than not knowing the political geography of a continent that isn't really in the news, American news much, or in the American discussions much.
But
Yeah.
It's
Even on knowing that there's multiple countries in Africa is kind of important. If only so you don't assume that all Africans are the same. Same way not all Europeans are the same.
this.
They really don't like admitting that.
Yeah, but this
Or
is
the
also
fact that someone an American we talked to recently said I'm from Boston because I talk like I'm from New England.
Don't worry. I had someone ask me which part of the European city I came from the other day on a YouTube comment. Anyway, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. I just found an interesting French third rate, a diadem, in 1757. It originally had 74 guns, 36-pounders on the lower deck, and 18-pounders on the upper deck. That got razed in the 1790s, alongside being renamed to Brutus. What would you do if you were given it in a third-rate configuration today? Put it in a museum. If I'm given it, I'm putting it in a museum. I'm making a museum.
I'm shocked that a historian would seek to preserve a historical artifact. Truly shocked. I don't know what to do with this information. It shook me to my core.
What would the rest of you do? I think it'd be quite a nice museum. I'd probably set it up in... I'm trying to think which part of Cornwall I'd set it up in. Probably... I'm not sure if I'd want it on the Atlantic coast. I'd probably want it on the Channel coast part of Cornwall. So, you know... Probably I put it in the... I put it in the roads. I put it in the Foul Estuary.
I don't mind to a fishing boat. It's got a whole of the rich guy yachts. Just like watching them. And they show up on them regularly, and it's like, oh yes, you've got generic yacht number 4. I have a Resade frigate. You're not the same.
I mean, the temptation to do a little bit of piracy before putting in a museum is kind of high.
Well, British, it's genetically encoded in us. It's kind of like, you know, what was I watching? I was watching... This is one of the reasons why I haven't played the factory program which Runon likes to play, the factory game. Because Satisfactory, because the desire to pillage and take over an entire planet to extract its resources is hard-coded in British DNA. And so far, every British person I've watched who's ended up playing that game has become obsessed with optimization and making everything as efficient as possible to extract the maximum resources possible.
What I'm hearing is we need to get you to play Factorio.
So what I'm hearing is that they actually play the game as designed and intended.
Okay, I think I've just remembered who it was who was playing it. It was Sea Dog VA, and he was playing with Iron Mouse, and he stopped talking. He's quite good normally when he's on his Twitch streams, getting talking to the chat. He got so absorbed with it, he was stopped talking. I'm bad enough I sometimes stop talking when I'm fighting battles in Shogun. Goodness knows what I'd be like in that program.
Silence and subjugating the natives.
There are no natives to subjugate, just wildlife to kill.
That's fine.
That's why it's not appealing. I mean,
no, the wildlife are giant spiders.
How are you supposed to get on if there's no wildlife, if there's no natives to oppress? I mean...
No, it's killing giant spiders.
I mean, I approve, but
It's basically Australia all over again.
yeah.
You can actually turn the giant spiders into giant cats if you want.
I think they just put on a cat mask, but they still attack you, and some of them hurt like a mother.
Yeah,
So just like cats.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Knight
Taken.
6831. If Admiral Fisher, when he ordered the mass scrapping, was told he has to phase out these ships and replace them with new construction, in what order would he go with for the retiring ships age first? He'd do it by age. Because that's the sensible way to do it. Montana 67, it's not war crimes, it's they're hostile. Look, as I was explaining to someone the other day, because we were arguing the technicalities of things, if you take out your opponents before they have the chance to surrender, that's legal.
I was there for that conversation.
Technically, that is legal. It's not nice, but it is legal. You don't have to give your opponent a chance to surrender. You take them out first, and then you can ask questions later. Which is one of the interesting things of... it's one of the reasons why, if there are no survivors from an enemy position, you don't automatically presume there's been war crimes. You just presume they didn't actually surrender. Or didn't get a chance to surrender. Maybe because of the application of large amounts of high explosive. Maybe because the people came in and were just very shooting from the hip happy, and everything ended up with about 20 bullets in it. Neither of which are sort of the nice scenarios, and I would myself always recommend that you do want to capture people because you can get intelligence by cross-examining them and all those things. But again, there are rules. But the rules are pretty much clear. The opponent has to surrender. It's only once they surrender they have all those rights. As long as they're still technically fighting, what you do is technically legal. Technically.
And as we all know, technically is the best sort of correct.
Yes.
Are the questions supposed to be open? Oh.
Yeah, Steve opened them.
Steve has opened them. You might want to change your banner. And yes, Joel Fredericks, furries have a concerning amount of money, and I think I might have potentially joined the lower echelon of those ranks.
The fact that, as far as I know, I am the only...
No, I don't.
Next week, as far as I know, in this chat, I'm the only non-furry.
I'm not a
Don't
furry.
worry.
Foxo, you are
Foxo,
openly.
you can sound as... Yes, you have a kitsune as your profile picture. Dragon is not a furry only by dint of he's a scaly.
Nope. Very much nope.
The dragon could probably not.
You'll
be a
notice
dragon.
that Dan other than the O at the beginning, has now gone very quiet.
I just said no. I'm not.
It turns out that he's actually like.
I'd have no. If I was, I'd have absolutely no problem with it.
No, I know.
I'm not. So.
Actually, one of the OT guys. Huh.
Whatever floats your boat. Dr. Dan, Medical Edition.
Yeah. Boats are supposed to float.
Alright. Next one.
Yes, why do you think the Americans get so tetchy when people touch them?
But I will say this, it does seem to go with the two groups do seem to flock together quite a lot. The people who are, let's say, into the furry persuasion life and the having large amounts of disposable firepower for personal use. Those groups do seem to go together quite a lot.
It's called the neurodivergence and the history of bullying.
I'm just saying, this is something I have noticed. In the circles I travel in, I have noticed this quite a lot. Seeing as I belong to neither group, but I am friends with lots of people who seem to cross over between the two groups. Yes, it's quite worrying sometimes. 1941. If Admiral Fisher, when he ordered the mass scrapping, we answered that one. Malaga. What would be the most likely response from navies around the world if Russia was to build modern nuclear large surface escorts combatants? Depend how many they built. If they build one, oh, that's interesting. If they build half a dozen, that's slightly more problematic. If they build 2 dozen, then we have to start responding quite dramatically.
And
It's
also
gonna-
investigating where the heck Russia is getting all of the stuff you need to build that type of escort at scale. Because they've pissed off their best turbine supplier.
Well, no,
And,
I would say no, that's their best gas turbine supplier. Their
Okay.
their nuclear power generation stuff is all they can actually do. In fact, in a nice way, it's one of the things I laugh is that if Russia had actually been building nuclear powered escorts, they would have had less of an issue with continuing construction after invading Ukraine than the fact they were building gas turbine powered frigates. Because they have still had the vast, overwhelming majority of the stuff and the ability to actually build the stuff they weren't building in that case. But at the moment, their higher priority is existing.
Funny how that works.
People do keep prioritizing it.
Quite annoying.
No
Oh,
way,
no.
suboptimal.
Yeah, the Russian Navy has suffered a lot in recent years. I'm honestly... Look, when you start looking at... And one of the things I do check quite regularly is the various lists online of Russian active ships and active warships. It's when you start going, well, quite a large chunk of their SPN force were commissioned around about the time, were commissioned before, I think after Dan was born, but before I was born, and certainly a long way before anyone else in this chat was born. The Delta 4s were all commissioned.
Depends on whether or not what you ask Foxo, because according to Foxo, I predate the Big Bang.
Well,
No. I'm not going to say that. She does, however, predate Sol.
okay.
Do you see what I have to deal with, chat?
Well, okay, and we'll ask the dendrochronologists eventually to confirm your age.
It's still odd she existed before carbon.
That'd be interesting. But yeah,
Why are you like this? You could be any other way, and you choose to be like this.
yeah. But saying that,
You say why, I say why not.
but
Dear God.
using that as a sort of system, when we start looking through it, you start realizing that quite a lot of the Russian fleet is still fairly old. I mean, there are a few Yasins, which are quite new, which are new. There are the Borais. Some of them are newish. There's always the interesting thing of that the ones which have been commissioned more recently, when did they actually start building them? You start going through some of the SSKs, and thank Lord for the improved kilos, because if they didn't have those, they'd have had to be relying on the Lada, and they didn't want to do that. It's their special service purpose submarines are even more interesting. But then you start going down major surface combatants. They no longer have their aircraft carrier. You go down and look at their Kirovs, battle cruisers they call them. Nakhimov is supposed to return in 2026. If it happens, I'll be very happy for them, because they'll have a flagship. The Slavas are down to the Usnov and the Varag, of which one of those I would actually not mind going to sea on. The other one I would not get aboard even if you paid me in harbour, if it was in a dry dock and tied in place. I won't say which is which. Go and look them up. You'll soon figure out which is which yourself. Then you have the Udaloys and the Sovramays, and it just starts to go downhill. And then we go to the amphibious vessels, and yeah, look, the Russians are very capable of producing some very good designs when they want to, and are very capable of doing things should they have the funding and should they want to. But at the moment, no. Nothing coming out. Questions are now closed. Yeah, that's the age of their ships is one of the problems as well, the maintenance they've done on them. Rudolf Bismarck. During the siege of Port Arthur in the Russo-Japanese War, Admiral Stefan Makarov was killed by a mine. Had he survived, could he have affected the war significantly? No. Because I don't take the strong way, but I don't rate him as highly as some of the Russian sources do. I have no idea why after the war the Imperial Russian sources turned Makarov into a hero and Rozensky into some sort of villain.
Because he was dead, safely dead, and not a threat to the in politics.
And also, no one had talked Makarov up about being this unstoppable bastion that would steamroll these funny-looking people on the other side of the globe. Like they had tried to talk Rostovensky up, only to have Rostovensky get his face pushed in by a force that was just in better situation, all told.
Yeah.
So he didn't have as far to fall, which means he looks that much better until you actually take the lid off the situation and you realize that, well, not really.
The reason I don't think he could have done much is because, honestly, his big problem was keeping his force supplied, and historically, the siege is over by the time that the forces arrive. The siege is over by the time Rozensky arrives. If Rozensky's forces had managed to arrive before Makarov dies and before Port Arthur falls, then there's a problem for the Japanese. But that's an unlikely scenario because the Imperial Japanese Army is not in any way going to slow roll that campaign. They're just not.
Imperial Japanese Army in unlikely to be indecisive. Sure.
They're not going to slow roll anything. No, I don't see. And the nicest way, Rozensky does such a good job getting that fleet to Tsushima and getting into the. You have to understand the transformation that fleet goes through in that time period. You know, this is there's been some very fun times while in Japan having conversation about Tsushima comes up a lot for some reason when we go around Japan and seeing a certain flagship, which was gorgeous, and yeah, we had this debate quite a bit, and basically the honest opinion of the shipshape crew was Rozensky is probably one of the most underappreciated admirals of the 20th century. In terms of him getting that fleet, A, to where it was supposed to be, B, getting it supplied, and C, getting it to arrive, and even in the shape it was at Tsushima, it was actually in a better fighting shape and better ability to actually fight at Tsushima than it had been when it left harbour. He had managed to turn the fleet into something which could actually fight. Didn't fight successfully, but they managed to get shots on target, etc., compared to what they've been when they left harbour. It's a massive, it's a quantum difference in terms of capability and quality of that force. It's still not enough to win the battle, but the thing is, he probably needed another 6 months to rectify all the situations, all the issues which were in that fleet when he left harbour, and he done it all while being underway, and probably undermined at every turn by the Russian government.
And I mean, if he'd had another 6 months, he might have actually managed to sink Kamchatka, which would have improved his odds quite a lot.
Carl Ellsberg, if in the future optionally crewed warships can be supervised by a single person if needed, what is the minimum crew for a 2-week patrol? It might be optionally crewed, might be able to be done by a single person, but you always want 3 people to be on station and awake, because how do I put this politely? You've got a lot of firepower and weaponry. You don't want having one person in charge just in case they go to a alley. So you have 3. And seeing as you're going to want to have them on basically the ability to, do watches, you probably want about 4 watches, so they've got about 6 hours on, 6 hours off, or variations of that. So you probably end up with about 15 to 18 personnel. And that's before you get into the scenario of, do you have any option on the optionally crewed vessel? Are you operating any UAVs? In which case, you might well need to have pilots and crewed as part of their number. Which again, if you have 3 people, one person can be flying the UAV while the other 2 are watching the ship, etc. So you can do that sort of thing. That gives you options, and it gives you the options of having one person watching what the engines are doing and the steerage and propulsions, i.e., driving the ship, while one person's dealing with sensors and weapons. Then one person's dealing with UAVs, off-board systems. That gives you options. You want to be able to have more people, so you have some sort of damage control, etc. in terms of emergencies. So again, you're probably looking for about, as I said, about 15 to 18 people. It depends on whether you're going for now, Seneca. You've gone for 3 shifts. I went for 4 shifts, so you had let's put it this way, you could put people on, and you could overlap them a bit, their hours, and you could do some sort of interlocking of the hours. Let's say you could do 8 hours on, 8 hours off, and then you could have another set on, 8 hours on, 8 hours off, or sort of various things. And you need, of the other 3 people, of course, yes, you need your cook, you also need your captain, your person who's in charge of all the shifts, and you probably need some sort of medical person. Again, even if you're out for 2 weeks, you need someone aboard who's got some medical training. So they're going to probably be more of a paramedic than anything else. They're not going to be maybe a nurse, but someone with some medical capabilities.
You're also going to want to have some slack in your crewing so that if somebody gets sick or injured, you're not dead in the water.
That's why it's 15 to 18 people, because there's also the thing of, you might have the 4 watches. You also might go, well, I actually would also like an engineering specialist, or a couple of engineering specialists as well, and I might want something else like that. I might want a computer system specialist. So you might end up with about 18. You probably end up with about 18 people.
Now, I would say if you're going to something that's like flotilla scale, you will probably have slightly more wiggle room, because you can offload some of your requirements, your crewing requirements, to the flotilla leader.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're sending one boat out by its lonesome with its optional crew, then...
And Fredericks, no, you cannot have an automate cooking. You're going to need someone to watch the cooking, because this is going to sound strange, but you need someone responsible so that that person's making sure everyone's fed when they need to be fed. But also, morale is so closely tied to food aboard ship that if you leave it to automate and it comes out bad, you're going to end up with crew having very low morale, and that's not a situation you want to be in.
And also, that would be a grade A target for sabotage.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a human, yes, human cooks can absolutely screw up and accidentally prepare bad food. However, a human cook is more likely to notice something that is off about the ingredients they are using, or just generally the food that they are preparing, that a automated system may very well miss, unless you want to make that automated system fantastically expensive in order to replicate the human's ability of taste, smell, and touch.
I know not long ago there was an assessment done by Britain on automating various roles on a ship, and it was found actually to automate the cook and replace that with a robotic system. The cooks, it was actually more expensive, more difficult than replacing medics.
Yeah.
This doesn't surprise.
It was more difficult to replace the cook than it was the medic with an automated system.
Yeah, that's because there's only a handful of things that can go wrong with young people, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as to why you can't replace, with a microwave and Hungry Man, who in chat right now would turn down a home-cooked meal from a trusted family member?
Depends on the family member.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said a trusted family member.
Even a trusted one depends on the trusted family member.
Me.
If it was my mother, never. If it was my sister,
always. Yeah, I know. But you have that issue of, if you can make it fresh, air quotes, it's usually better. And on top of that, if you do a lot of pre-prepared stuff, it tends to be very high in sodium and other preservatives, which is not good for your nutritional balance. And even over 2 weeks, that can start to tell.
Also, because the odds of you getting a 2-week patrol in the Royal Navy or anyone like that is very unlikely. You're more likely going to get a 2 months to 2 months to 6 months patrol.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of it. Gussie de Padra, do you have a favourite true story, ideally Naval, which always puts a smile on your face?
Temper is a favorite.
HMS Africa at the Battle of Trafalgar. I'm sorry, literally, the thing I was starting out going, I've got a 64-gun third-rate ship of the line. Yes. Should I follow my orders and join the lines? Or should I charge solo at the Franco-Spanish combined force with such confidence that they think there is a third column behind me?
Why not both?
That's the thing. He comes on and solos the entire line. Just goes, yes, I'm going to go down line and exchange broadsides with all you as I go. And Africa survives the battle.
See, Seneca gets it. Automated cooking on a ship is how you get mutinies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Joe Fredericks, that is why you want a cook aboard. You will not have to deal with hard biscuits and jerky for 2 weeks.
Or, as we said, 2 months. And do you really trust something that the government has procured to actually function like that. Yeah.
The space station is kind of different, Walter Brodus. It's kind of different. It's different from what people are signing up for. And it's kind of like a lot of things in life. They're signing up for that. And they're expecting to eat those sorts of foods. When you're joining the Navy, it's different if you're joining the Army. And even the Army,
also,
if you have a choice between actually cooked food or MREs, in the nicest way, if you put down and went, right then, you can have MREs or you can have food cooked over... You won't even get to the end of that statement before everyone's heading in the direction of the cook shack. They will just be gone.
And also to the ESA, Cosmos, Russian, whatever the Russian space agency is. I think, isn't it Cosmos? I don't know, whatever. Roscosmos. NASA, all these various national space agencies have far more budget to make nutritionally complete and sustainable meals for 15 people for 6 months than any DoD is going to have for 1 million people for 90 days.
I remember once looking at it, the budget of for food for the space station, the International Space Station. I remember reading on a slide once, and I have no idea if this is true, so please note it was on a slide in one of those leadership naval future leaders of future Navy leaders conference things, where it said that, and it was making a case for spending on food and within navies, that they spend more per month on the International Space Station to provide the food for the people in there than they do for the entire crew of an Arleigh Burke destroyer.
I believe it.
Yeah.
And it's just a case of,
And I guarantee you, if you look at the macro and micronutrients on those meals, they are about as nutritionally complete as you can get and have be microgravity and shelf stable. Whereas an MRE is essentially calories and electrolytes. What more do you want?
Yeah. AC-75. Feel sorry for some guys on the recent Royal Navy SSBN patrols. 200 plus days at sea, yes, and imagine them if they didn't have a cook's aboard providing the best possible food they can for those 200 days. The morale would not be great.
I think even the boomers still line their decks with supplies on the way out.
Yeah.
I would if it was me.
Well, they do.
Why not?
If anyone's wondering why I don't keep scratching the back of my head, it's because someone, and I won't name names, who went out in the garden where it's been a bit wet earlier, might have come in with muddy paws and might have got a muddy paw on the back of my head, so I might currently have drying mud in the back of my hair. Possibly. Anyway. Joel Fredericks.
Does he look amazingly cute?
He does, to himself. Joel Fredericks, we often hear about post-handover that defending Hong Kong against China was impossible. How impossible was it?
You saw what happened with the Japanese, and they weren't exactly
Basically, Hong Kong was not really possible to defend against the Chinese, especially in the form it was at that time. It didn't have the territorial security it would need to be defensible position. And it never really had that in that position, especially as expanded. So yeah, it's let me put it this way. If you've been prepared to sink a lot of money into building defenses and putting into positions, you could have defended it. But for it to be worthwhile defending to that cost, etc., is a whole different question. It's like when people tell me these things can't be done, and I go, well, realistically, what you're saying is it can't be done for a viable cost. If you're prepared to sink in an a massive amount of money into building prepared defenses, sticking in all sorts of interesting things and extra backups and maybe artificial islands to provide extra defenses and area and zones of security, etc. around it, and all sorts of things. You can do it. Have carrier battle groups sitting offshore ready to provide on-call air support and all sorts of things. You can do that, and you could defend it. How long for? Again, depends on how much money you're prepared to sink into it. But the thing is, the reality is that's going to be a huge amount of money, which you probably don't want to do.
Cheaper and easier to bribe the Chinese not to.
Mm-hmm. It would be probably cheaper than that. The Hungarian astronaut recently on the ISS brought spices, made him very popular. It would do.
Yeah,
it would do.
A thing where where something about being in zero G really messes with your sense of taste and smell.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Tabasco, I think, is considered sort of slightly more important than oxygen.
It's tough.
Nightingale, so if the ships that Fisher ordered, scrapped in the 1900s, are replaced by cruisers, what would a cruiser that came from the before 1910 class cruisers be? Well, look at the cruisers that they were building prior to the 1910 class town class cruiser. They're actually heading towards 1910s, so they actually might get to the 1910s earlier if they're building cruisers earlier, because as you build more, you get the knowledge and you keep pushing. So if you're ordering a batch of cruisers a year, a new class of cruisers every year, you're going to probably get advance that much quicker. Dan?
What?
I thought you were going to say something.
Oh, no.
Dragon and Fox are being quieter than normal.
That
Yeah.
concerns me,
It
because that
could be
usually
that-
means they're plotting.
It could have been because we were talking about food, though, and so Foxo could have gone quiet because we might have suggested she needed to eat.
What
You've
have
already
you
been
eaten
told
today,
that.
Foxo?
A handful of celebration?
You will eat more later.
For the American in the...
You will
For the
eat more food
Oh,
later.
jeez. Foxo, you're going to have heart problems. You know that, right?
I think the answer to
What's
that Rune is yes,
heart?
but
It's that
Yes.
thing that makes your brain function on any level whatsoever.
her brain functions.
I said on any level whatsoever. I didn't say it was an acceptable degree of function.
Also, I could make a joke now about how Foxo already has heart problems because every time Dragon's not petting her, it breaks a little. But that sounds a bit corny.
You won't be wrong, though.
Eddie Rudolph, have you thought about either making a video on the factions of the Royal Navy or telling us about them? I have been circling that particular plug hole for quite a while. It's coming, but it's a case of... How do I put this? The factions in the Royal Navy have been kind of long-lasted. They have been around for a very long time. And where some of them have ended up is very different than where they began. And it almost becomes a saga in and of itself. Each faction.
So, I'm going to read into your statement and say that those factions still exist, so you have to tread somewhat lightly.
Oh, no. They definitely exist, and I would, in the nicest way, they are not dying. The great factions of the Royal Navy go back... Well, I can trace at least one of the factions and back to officers in terms of patronage of officers, because that's main factions go. The way the factions work is through patronage of officers and NCOs, but mainly of officers. I can trace one back to the time of King Charles II. And I can show you an unbroken line of patronage. Where literally officers have been promoting officers who are sort of who fitted within that group. And it's an interesting thing. It's an amazingly fun thing to do sometimes, to go, look, I can connect from modern Royal Navy officers, including one of the potential officers who is potentially the next First Sea Lord after the current gentleman, all the way back. And I can even connect the current Royal Marine First Sea Lord's faction to goes back till about the 1720s. Again, continuous unbroken line of patronage.
But I get an impression that they're not necessarily hostile to each other.
No.
They're just, so it's not like the kind of IJN versus IJA or anything like that. It's productive and constructive because they just concentrate on different things, and actually it just makes sure you keep a balanced.
It's different philosophies of naval power, but it is balanced. But also, one of the interesting things about the Royal Navy factions is that sometimes they point out officers to the other factions when they are likely candidates for them. And you'll get this. I've talked about this in videos where there's been, this officer ends up in this guy ends up in this faction, but he comes from, his uncle was in a different faction. His uncle actually recommends him to his friend who's in this faction, and that's why he ends up in that faction, because that's the way he's inclined. And they are defined in many ways by strategic outlook more than anything, by their operational strategic philosophy of naval power more than anything. And I can make a video about it. It's just it's more of a case of how am I going to approach it in terms of a way which is going to be interesting to a wide enough audience that it's going to be how do I put this? It's not going to immediately be people going, oh, this is just him talking about the endless how the sausage is made. And you do get some comments on videos where people go, I don't like us hearing how the sausage is made. I don't like hearing about the topic. I don't hear about this. Did I go, well, I'm going to have to explain quite a lot of this stuff. So probably at a certain point it ends up being a series, and it's probably not going to be this year or 2026, which is the year of Destroyer, but potentially I've got it in the eye, because this year's been the year of leadership, and previously was the year of, we've had the year of aircraft carriers, we've had naval aviation, we've had the year of cruisers, of technology, all those things. So I've got a plan for a year of what I would call year of structure is mentally in my head, which is how navies are structured, why navies are the shape they are, why they're the form they are, squadrons, flotillas, the history of those sort of organizational things. And that would sort of fit within that year. And I'm still not sure if that's going to be 2026, 2027 or 2029. I'm not sure.
As opposed to the Terry Pratchett type years for Discworld, which are things like Year of the Startled Stoat.
Yes.
Or Conspicuous Cabbage.
Charles Fredericks, and I say in all organisations there is a level of internal politics about saying the promotions. There's that great phrase. At the end of the day, I think it's about 80% of most jobs come down to your ability to work with other people. there are very few jobs in this world where you're promoted solely on your ability to do the work and not your ability to interact with other people. And it's learning that which is a part of growing up as an adult and maturing as an adult. It's working out that it's not just being good at your job. You have to be good at communicating that you are good at your job and communicating with other people so that they can do their job to be good at your job. And it's something I spend a lot of my time trying to teach people to do, because I work in academia, and one of the troubles I have, and this has come up a lot for me in my career, is that because I am quite good at communication and organisation, quite a few of my potential colleagues view me as a threat to their chance of being the heads of department. And I sometimes have to graphically explain to people that I am chronically allergic to paperwork, and I really, really hate bureaucracy, and therefore they have nothing to fear from me for ever going for head of department. I will never actively seek it out. But the trouble is, there's the phrase, never actively seek it out. I have a habit of ending up running things because no one else will. That's not good for my desire to avoid paperwork.
And like another time with another example of internal politics is, technically speaking, I do not take instruction from our customer.
Mm-hmm.
Technically. However, if I'm just standing around and the customer instructs, one of the customer's employees instructs me to do something simple, which does not require me to go anywhere to do, it would behoove me to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's technically a thing of workplace politics, internal politics.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets tricky, doesn't it? Because I don't answer to you, but equally, it will cause me so much hassle if I kick up a stink about this. And actually, it's not a terrible thing you're saying. So,
in some ways, it's not even that it's going to cause me a hassle. It's just, is it worth it to kick this up the road? No, not really.
yeah.
So,
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, who in the panel's opinion would be best described as the brighter the candle burns, the longer a shadow it casts? My pick would be Fritz Haber for the Haber-Bosch process, and starting off with Dragon, then Foxo, then Dan, then Runon.
What's meant by that? Quickly.
The brighter the candle burns, the longer a shadow it casts. Basically, for people who, in a short time, accomplish something amazing, but then are snuffed out quickly, but it casts a long shadow because their thing's useful. I suppose the example you might give is Steve Jobs, who's an absolutely terrible individual, but has cast quite a long shadow on the world of technology.
Alexander the Great.
Thank you. I always like it when people refer to me by one of my original names.
Quite short life. Yeah. He was dead by 33?
Yeah.
There's slight discrepancy to whether he actually exists. But assuming he actually exists, Ragnar Lothbrok.
Okay.
The guy who fought him at the start of the Viking era.
I
That's
have
very much the one that defined it.
I have this feeling when we're doing the Scandi Scandi 2 Shipshape Baltic cruise, you're going to love it. Foxo.
Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I was just thinking you could come along as one of our unnamed, unmentioned assistants and get a cheap cruise with you and Dragon.
The problem is, most of the ones that I think of don't live that short a life. Really, or are not generic. I guess two that sort of jump to mind the most is either Oda Nobunaga during the Sengoku period, because he's one of the warlords that actually rises to quite high prominence and power, and arguably invents the first thing of ranked gunfire. I say arguably because we can't fully prove it does or does not exist, but well, of course, what happens to him is quite well known of dying very much awesome and almost on the cusp of his conquest. The other one, though, that's not so short, but definitely casts a long shadow, in my opinion, is George Stephenson.
Yeah?
One of, basically, the fathers of the Industrial Revolution and the man behind the railway, effectively. Because if you look at history, railways have been so instrumental for pretty much everything. And while yes, you can make the argument that someone else might have done so, yes, but he was able to do so and force it through and then keep going.
That's certainly how he managed to get his gauge named as standard gauge. And there is such an advantage to being called standard gauge.
Yeah, it's like Standard Oil or the Standard Missile.
Yeah, we're the standard. You
or
can't
the
afford,
Standard Battleship.
You know, we're the obvious choice. Interesting question from Steve Clarke now. If we have lots of shipbuilding in the 1930s, who will pick up the various navies' hand-me-downs? Honestly, Scandinavia might end up picking up a fair chunk. Because the Norwegian government might take it as a chance to quickly and cheaply recapitalize their force. South America might pick up some. Greece and the Ottomans maybe. But also, especially in the case of the Royal Navy, there's a likelihood that quite a largely hand-me-down stuff ends up going to, if it's still viable, to various dominions and empire and sort of the empire.
Although I didn't technically give an answer to the last question.
Okay, sorry, Reno. Carry on.
I'm gonna say Edison. Because a lot of the stuff that what's the best way to put it? I'm not going to say invented because there's now so many questions about that, the provenance of his various IP. But like we still use Edison bulbs, pretty much. We still use a lot of systems that were patented by Edison via GE, especially in the United States. Also, you will be hard-pressed to go into any hospital anywhere and not find equipment that has GE IP in it, if it's not made by GE by itself.
Can I put another one forward quickly that I just looked at the name for?
Okay.
It's gonna have to be Geoffrey Chaucer,
Okay.
who was the author of the Canterbury Tales,
Yeah.
who, despite writing them in his 40s and dying in his 50s, almost single-handedly revived written English by actually writing in English. This is the reason we see grammatical gender dropped from the English language.
Thank you.
And we
Rare
thank them
English
for that
W.
profusely.
Ah, yes, Geoffrey Chaucer. He's a good guy. He's a very interesting author.
Yes, Montana. That's why I minced words around saying whether or not he actually invented stuff.
The thing is, he had certain. Edison was very good at how to put it, having almost a think tank style approach, where the think tank owned the IP.
And Edison owned the think tank.
Yeah. Now, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's opinion, I reckon, on the concept of an American littorio, i.e., Imperio, under the Americans? Why would the U.S. Navy want a littorio class battleship?
Or if this is a question of an American empire.
No.
Empire's expensive, and it's a pain in the butt, and it's a lot of paperwork, and it's far easier to just make everyone buy your stuff and.
Informal empires are so much cheaper to run than formal empires.
I mean, it bankrupted Britain, so I guess it's good for that, but 23187.
Yeah. Carrot 1151. I missed the live, but regarding the 50s Navy, do you see Congress keeping the level of spending to keep pace with the Royal Navy and capital ships till 50s, when not getting the cash influx of European war? Look, I see Congress being not wanting to drop in status. That's it. As I said in the video, I have a strong suspicion they don't build enough destroyers by a long margin, but they probably build capital ships and status assets. So basically, they will build status and capital assets so they can keep the status, and you will end up with a fleet which is very lopsided, which doesn't have enough of the escort assets. If that makes sense. So you probably won't get destroyers or sloops or anything like that built, but they probably will have enough status assets, i.e. cruisers, and capital assets, as in capital ships and carriers. So that's probably what they'll do. EU5. Does anyone else want to comment on Carrot 1151's question before we get into what's now going to be a spirited debate on whatever EU5 is?
Foxo. Oh no.
Well, part of the issue too is that you're going to have a lot more industry that is very, because as I did not catch that episode. Live, whatever words English. I was in the bowels of a turbine plant.
Don't worry, there's a recorded video scheduled for February, so it'll be fine.
The industry that is going to be, for my understanding of the premise, it's that all of the Navy Acts happen, so all of that industry is going to be built up, which means that's going to be a lot of jobs and a lot of very rich donors, which are going to be invested into that industry, which means there's going to be significant voter inertia to spinning it down.
What I would say is, I think that the 1938 Naval Act is more of like the continuing Navy Acts than the later one. I think it's more likely going to be. I don't think they're going to order destroyers in large numbers. It's only when war is looking really imminent that they actually order the destroyers. Because as far as they're concerned, it's the bigger yards which want the cruisers and the capital ships, and they can make the most profit out of them. Europa Universalis 5. So has anyone played that?
I'm currently playing it.
Currently playing it? How is it, Foxo?
It is trial by fire. Basically, it's sort of like the ultimate combo of everything the previous games were, but bigger.
Here's the question. Should I pony up the £71 for the premium edition, or even the £50 for the regular edition?
Get it on CD keys for £40.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're looking for a game you want to think endless, I was into yes. A quick one you can learn quickly, not real. Like, as much as I'm loving it, 4,000 hours in its predecessor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not unbiased.
Does it tickle your tism in a pleasurable manner?
Look, it's got realistic modelling of the 100 Years of War.
I'll take that as a yes.
I've been having... I keep toying around with the idea of getting the Farthest Frontier, which looks like an interesting game to me, because it keeps being marketed to me as the new version of Stronghold, which I always used to like. Apparently it's an upgraded and grow version of Stronghold. But, again, I did look at it and went, it does cost money. It costs money. It's kind of like Manor Lords. They cost money. And I look at them and go, how am I going to spend this money when I could buy a book for that amount of money?
EU5 has the advantage of every game the company's made has been supported for 10 years aside from one.
Mm-hmm.
And EU5 is their flagship.
Yeah.
And they supported the fourth for like 12 years.
Yeah.
But it's a time black hole. Right. I've had it for 3 days and I've got 20 hours in it.
They're all time black holes. They all are time black holes. I have to say that again. It's the thing is, I stick most of my gaming is done Saturday night to Saturday night, Sunday morning in a week, because otherwise I've got lots of work to do. I don't do a lot of gaming in between. Sometimes I have Timberborn running, but that's mainly because things are being built. So I have that running. And as soon as I can get to the point where I have 3 screens, then that won't have any impact on my productivity at all.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately, you just can't do that with the EU5.
I know. You can't just leave it running because of the bee. It's not like Timberborn where you just need to leave the beavers running so they can build the stuff.
Whereas in my case, France will attack you every 10 years.
Look, Foxo, I've told you this before. You have the problem that you are the exact thing that France is always imagining and is always going for. They are always looking for fox pelts, because the nicest way on all their ceremonial clothing is various versions of fox pelts.
You know, it's very inconvenient.
I know, but this is on you. You have chosen a fox kitsune as your symbol and as your your representation of the world, and now every time they're short of pelts, they're going to go for you. And considering how often they're going to have revolutions, how often they're going to need to be refreshing their ceremonial robes, it's unsurprisingly that every 10 years they're declaring war on you.
Yay. So I've got a quick question. Do I go House York or House Lancaster?
What?
York or Lancaster?
York.
York, probably.
Okay.
But I have.
Never to ask an Englishman.
But the thing is, I'm Cornish. We basically fought for both, depending on who remembered to pay us.
That's entirely reasonable.
Yeah. Timu, did Dr. Dan have a chance to read the manga Dan when he was in Nippon, in Japan?
No.
You didn't. That's terrible.
I have no idea what that is.
Apparently, according to Thomas Pemberton, there is a Star Trek Voyager game coming out. If there is, then that is a game I will probably be trying to get if I can buy it. Or if it's an online game, I'll probably be playing it. And do expect during the Historiathon there will probably be some Space Marine 2, there might even be some Halo. You know, there's all sorts of things which might turn up during Space Marine 2. There's going to be pirates, there's going to be World of Warships. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Let's go, everyone. How plausible is an LCS that is a hybrid of an LCS and an LPD? In the Canadian Power Wiki, the Columbia-class LCS is a hybrid of a littoral combat ship and a landing platform dock, which can carry an LCAC, or an LCU, or 4 LCVP and 2 LC. Look, let's be honest. The LCS works! Well, actually, yes and no. If you look at what the Britain is looking at with its littoral combat ships, that's basically what you're talking about. They are all sorts of things, but, you know, there is a lot of very frantic work going on amongst various parts of the Ministry of Defence to absolutely not admit that pretty much what they've done is militarise the landing ship docks of the Bay class design, basically, so that they've got that sort of capability still, and have got a more of a fighty top on top of it, with the ability, with a hangar for helicopters. Yeah, if anyone wants to look up the what are they called? The multi-role strike ships, or they keep changing the name on me. Let me just check out what the latest name is. Yeah, the multi-role strike ships, the 6 multi-mission amphibious warfare ships. They are supposed to be able to carry future commando insertion craft and future commando utility craft, aka landing craft utility and landing craft vehicle personnel. But, you know, we're going to call them that. They're going to replace the Albions, the Bay, and RFA August, which were supposed to be replaced by LHDs, but leave that to one side. And they are slowly, let's put it this way, they have now got a large flight deck, but not yet a full-length flight deck, but are certainly considering it, a well dock, a large hangar, capacity for a mission bay to operate as drone carriers for maritime uncrewed systems, fitted for but not with direct energy weapons, VLS systems, and are able to carry basically half a squadron to a full squadron of Royal Marines in various employment capacities. If anyone thinks that they are inventing a really heavily armed LHD by the back door, yeah. I even saw one thing somewhere where it said must have the ability to conduct emergency operations with F-35Bs.
Ain't a discount carrier at that point.
It's becoming an LHD by the back door. It's becoming a landing helicopter dock by the back door. And we're just not going to admit it. And you then go back to the original plan, which was to have 3 LHDs to back up the 2 carriers, and they would all be able to use the same air group. So suddenly having F-35B and even airborne early warning helicopters or drones basically makes a massive amount of sense, because you can use, you know, whichever flight deck you have available. So you basically, Britain has a pool of 5 flight decks, 3 large docks, and that's what it builds itself on. It's just, it's the way it goes. It's the way it goes constantly. We answered that question. But yeah, having it's a capability. Again, if Britain pulls off the capability of that with the multi-role strike ships, I wouldn't be surprised if both Australia and Canada end up looking at them, because they're sort of the perfect thing for medium powers who need a bit of all the capabilities in a single hull. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's opinion on the French 36-pounder and what were their contemporaries? The British equivalent was a 32-pounder, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The British had the 18-pounder, the 32-pounder, 18-pounder, 24-pounder, 32-pounder, and 48-pounder, didn't we?
I think so.
If we're talking about cannon, it was a perfectly fine cannon. I'm fairly sure the British used quite a fair number of them when they got hold of them. French cannon were fairly decent.
Some degree cannon a cannon, probably.
Yeah. Anyone with differing opinions on the 36-pounder?
I think it's bordering on probably getting too heavy to be loaded as easily as I think. One of the
It's definitely a lower deck gun on a third or second or first rate, something like that.
Yeah, which has a place.
Mm.
Yeah. It's a thing. It's yeah. It's going to obliterate quite a lot of smaller enemies. If say you're I'm a big American frigate. It's like, that's nice. Eat a 36-pounder. The big boy's bullying me. Yeah.
AC-75 RO7. With 50th anniversary of Edmund Fitzgerald sinking, what is the panel's favourite lesser-known naval mysteries? Well?
Oh.
Go on, everyone's favourite lesser-known naval mysteries. Come on.
I mean, I'd like to know what actually happened to HMAS Sydney. And yeah, because that one's a continuing puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm sorry. I figured out why we're having issues with the stage tonight. Discord has broken something in the back end.
Lovely. Mine's probably the Flannan Isles lighthouse story. The fact is that in 1900, I think all the crew disappeared, and no one's quite sure what happened.
As in, who was the murderer and who was the suicide?
Well, there were 3 there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
One murdered. 2 murdered. 1 suicided.
Potentially. No bodies were ever found, so no one knows what happened.
See, the problem with them being lesser known is I'm not really familiar with that many lesser known naval mysteries because they're usually not well known.
They're not well known.
Oh yeah.
I only pick up a few because I use them occasionally to torment students in various. And when I say torment students, I mean in the nicest way. If I might have a policy that occasionally, if students are deciding to have a conversation, instead of me telling them to be quiet or something like that, I will start telling people the story of some, forgotten trial or tribulation from naval and maritime history. And basically, when they're all sort of watching, you're not teaching a lesson, I go, well, you're not listening, so why should I teach a lesson? It tends to work more effectively, I find, than shouting or telling people off.
Yep.
I've never had my mind go 1,000 miles away in the middle of a college class. Nope.
Yeah, yeah.
Not I.
Just to give a illness I would like answered, but it is a relatively well-known one then. Just because I said I'm not familiar with really any small ones that jump to mind. It's basically what was the final fate of Sir Coof?
Oh yeah.
I'm just genuinely curious.
Think thought long and hard about it.
Yeah.
Mine would have to be because the were they actually doing shady stuff with the Costa Concordia? Because it came out with stories that, even from some crew, that they were receiving unauthorized visitors from helicopters. And it's like...
It
I
is a
thought
bit
it's-
iffy.
And it's like... Because I've heard stories of cruise liners being used as massive drug smuggling ships, given how big they are, and how poorly they get checked over at ports. But I'm just wondering, what was actually going on with the Costa Concordia?
The thing is, as I often say, is that quite a lot of stuff which comes out with some of those stories is, like helicopters. Sometimes you have guests really, really high-paying guests arrive and depart by helicopter. Sometimes people get ill. Sometimes they're doing crew personnel transfers, and also it's the same as with the thing with these ships. Is there's often quite in ones which are well run. There is not a disconnect between departments, and they will often get fairly accurate information scuttlebutt going around. Usually the ones which are less well run and have more issues going on in them, in terms of beyond, nothing like, we'll talk about criminal activity, but we're talking about, not being properly maintained and looked after, they're going to have very much a us and them between various divisions on the crew. And so they're not going to talk to each other, and so you're going to get sections of the crew not know what's happening with passenger transfers, and that there's a helicopter coming in, or not know there's been a crew train in the bridge crew or the engineering crew, and some was ill, so they had to get out a certain level of engineer quickly out, and that's going to create all sorts of things. Because let's be honest, if you're doing drug transfers, helicopters are one of the last things you want to use. Small boats.
Stories were that they were coming in to the Costa Concordia when she was in the Mediterranean, and then she was docking in a European port and they were uploading it there.
Yeah, you're not going to use a helicopter for that. There are easier ways, and let's be honest again, it's easier. There are plenty of ways you can do the smuggling on those ships, but you don't want to use a helicopter for it. Helicopters get far too much attention. There's a reason why drug smugglers prefer to use light aircraft than helicopters.
Fair. I find it interesting, honestly.
I know, but helicopters are one of the most watched transport assets on Earth. When it comes to maintenance and regulations, and you can only fake things for so long on them.
That's because they try to die in interesting ways.
Yeah.
Frequently.
I remind people regularly that on a helicopter there is something called a Jesus nut, which if it goes, you don't stop at the pearly gates, you bust straight through and get right to the feet of Jesus.
It's more statistic about the proportion of them that apparently end their service lives in an accident.
Yeah.
Rather than just kind of being retired or whatever. It's something like 25%.
It actually makes the Ospreys look fairly reliable.
Yeah.
Which is a statistic that many people do not want to acknowledge. But Osprey is actually a fairly safe craft for VTOL-capable aircraft.
Yep.
Isn't that list rather
Right.
small, though, technically?
VTOL-capable aircraft? I mean, if you include helicopters, it isn't.
It's why flying Carter It's just a dumb idea.
No,
Yeah.
that's not why flying cars are a dumb idea. Flying cars are a dumb idea because have you seen the average driver?
Yeah. Yes.
Brunon. She is a woman who drives a BMW. That's all
No,
I need to say.
That's how you rephrase
Have
that.
you
She
seen
is
how
a
you drive?
short redhead who drives a BMW. Doesn't matter about gender. Short redhead driving BMW. All you need to know.
I'm not going to say something which is probably going to see me canceled if I say it. So
There are, in nicest way, I have never met a short redhead or ginger when driving a BMW who has not decided that speed limits are these optional guidelines which no longer apply to them.
That is worryingly accurate to Foxhome.
Montana 67. What would a 15-inch 50 gun derived from the 16-inch 50 Mark 7 look like, ballistics and penwise? Probably not far off. Probably about the same. Let's be honest. It's not going to be that different, and the barrel itself is going to be what? 50 inches shorter? Everything is not going to be that different. There's not going to be that much difference between all the various things. Good boy. So it'll be different, but it wouldn't be that much different. Actually, one of the more interesting things is if you instead of making it a 15-inch 15-inch 50, is if you make it a 15-inch 51, and see how that affects things.
That's an oddly specific difference.
Well, you see, the thing is, well, you could actually make it a 15-inch 53 if you wanted. Because, you might have lost 50 inches, because it's 15 times 50 instead of 16 times 50, but you could just drop off 5 inches, and you would have a 15-inch 53. And that probably gives you slightly more interesting ballistics.
Concerns me you're saying this, and we have someone in the chat who I'm going to have to deal with later.
Look, in the nicest way,
here, would you like me to open up an even bigger can of worms? Because I see somebody who...
Runon, before you do that, I should probably explain that at one point, Ellswick Ordnance Company were working on a 16.5-inch 48.
What year, if you roughly know?
It's we think it was 1914. So 1913, 1914.
Castanea, what's your opinion on Asian drivers in a Costco parking lot?
That sounds very, very scary and very, very specific and likely to get us cancelled. So this is probably a good reason for me to be cuddling a poodle at this point, because I have no ability to control the system while I'm cuddling the poodle.
Yes,
He wants hug.
I'm interested to see their response.
Okay. Railway thinker. How was the logistical capacity of Royal Navy managed? What is on a sliding scale, or did they place large orders for things and store them, or order them things on an annual basis? They tend to place a large order at the beginning and have a continuing order, so you have a continuous flow of production coming in. And you try and have the continuing flow be roughly equivalent to what you think is going to be your rate of use. So you have the storage amount, and you have the store, and then you have the amount replacing what you use. So you always keep a certain amount in store, which covers you for emergencies and criteria. You then adjust to that. Most navies do roughly operate on that scenario.
Or used to and possibly aren't able to anymore.
Yes. It depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about engine spare parts, usually they still do operate on that policy. If we're talking about missiles and weaponry, apparently no, they don't get operate on that policy. But that's probably because where there is quite a lot of commercial space for engine supplies, where there isn't a lot of commercial space for missile supplies.
It's going to be interesting to see how military drones develop, because currently there is a lot of commercial space for lightweight, low-cost drones.
Yeah, but military drones are already growing beyond that.
Yeah,
That's the fun thing.
problem.
Joe Fredericks, do you think Russia will ever request China for assistance with naval technology? Even if it's a humanitarian problem. There might be joint programs. I've heard discussions of joint programs, but it's whether Russia trusts China enough to do it, and China trusts Russia enough to do it. That's the interesting question. Carrot 1151. Which of the innumerable wrecks around Cornwall would you like to have seen as a functional ship to compare to the wreck?
Warspite.
Warspite is the easy one, and if I don't say Warspite, probably Drac kills me. But if we're not talking about Warspite in terms of other ships, then it's probably going to be the Paris. And the reason it would be the Paris is because if you go to a place called Kovrak, which a lot of my family historically come from, right down the Lizard, the hotel/pub is called the Paris. The reason it's called the Paris is because a ship called the Paris crashed into the docks and sunk. And so, of course, they use quite a lot of it in building the pub and hotel. So I grew up sort of seeing this ship in pictures in the pub regularly when we went there, because that's where a lot of my family came from. And yeah, I'd like to see that. Anyone else?
I'm not actually sure what ships are wrecked off Cornwall, to be honest, so I don't really...
There's a huge number. Have a look at the list. It's a wonderful list to go through. It's one of the reasons I like kayaking. And because of my wetsuit and I have my little snorkel stuff, etc. with me, and I usually have a little sort of what I call a plumb line anchor for my kayak, which I can drop over the side. My kayak's not going anywhere, and I can pop into the water and go for a swim around and have a look at it, and then get back in.
Fun times.
It is fun times. Someday, if I'm feeling really cruel, I'll take poor Dr. Dan on there, because he spent a lot of time on the treadmill, so he feels kind of developed. But kayaking is all about upper body strength and stamina.
I quite like kayaking, at least on more or less placid waters.
Sea kayaking is fun. It is a whole experience. It's when you're kayaking through waters across a bay and the waves are bigger than you are, and you are literally rolling the kayak and you just feel so alive. It's just, yeah.
No. Next question.
Yeah, I'm gonna caucus with the good doctor on this one.
Stevgar, that's Stafford. Which of the Corvette designs do you like more for the Royal Canadian Navy? The Scandinavian Vengeance, the British Type 31, or the French Vigilante? Well, the Type 31's not a Corvette, it's a light frigate, and it very much is a light frigate. Also, I'd say for the Canadians, it depends. If you're looking for something which actually has patrol length of time, you're going to be probably looking for size of light frigate. And that's the difference between a Corvette. A Corvette might actually have more weaponry than a light frigate, but a light frigate is designed for longer duration operations. Yeah, I'll get a Paris. Yeah. Actually, I'll do better than that. I'll put the wreck site details. She's quite a good-looking ship in the Discord, so you'll find it. In answer to this one, Carrots one is you'll find. There is the details, there is the wreck site and all the information about her. But yeah, she's a quite good looking ship. Last owner was the American line, the SS Paris. Built by Thompson J and G Glasgow. She's a cool looking ship. But no, these things happen. And so many vessels. Oh, if you look at Cornwall, seriously, the wrecks around it is just disturbing.
Anyone would think it was almost entirely populated by wreckers.
No. Well, Cornish people are merely very, very early on adopters of recycling and proactive recycling. And when a ship is run aground, it obviously now represents an opportunity for recycling.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I was for the Canadians, I'd be going. Well, let's put it this way. Knowing the French design, I would say probably it's got to be the Scandinavian or British one for the options, and I'd say wait and see what the Finnish come out with for their next generation frigate before you make decisions. Colaborative, when is the Royal Marines' birthday? Ooh. That's an open debate. That is an open debate.
That's a dangerous question.
That's because they will too often be caught in their birthday suits.
The thing is, officially, it's the 28th of October, 1664. But that is technically the date that the Duke of York and Albany's Maritime Regiment of Foot was formed, not the Royal Marines. Okay. The actual Royal Marines, as in the force of the Royal Marines, were formed, somewhere in the 1700s. Somewhere in that one. But they don't become the Royal Marines until they're titled by King George III as the Royal Marines in 1802. And Royal Marines Artillery is formed as a separate force in 1804. And it's just... and then it's in 1855 they're renamed the Royal Marines Light Infantry, and then basically the thing is they've been around a long, long time, is what we'll say. It's the Navy's been having naval regiments for quite a while, and calling them Marines for a lot shorter time.
Partly because they were sometimes being raised from the army establishment, sometimes naval establishment.
And sometimes recruited from the train bands of London.
Yeah, and it just gets complicated, and this being Britain, it's mostly to do with how can they save money?
Yeah.
Or spend the least.
Montana 67, what was the future of the Russian Navy would look like if they were to build a new carrier to replace the Kuznetsov? It depends on that carrier. It depends on what it is. Honestly, if they were going to build a new carrier, and this is going to get a few people, I can already guess who in the chat is going to say no, they'd probably have to go nuclear power, because as said, again, they can't really build gas power themselves, but nuclear power they can still build themselves. So they almost have to go for nuclear powered option because they can actually build it. Which means if you're building a nuclear powered carrier, you have to go. You really should go Cadabar. Otherwise, there's no real point building something that size, and you're realistically going for something which is going to be fairly big to make it work. And if you're building such a large carrier as your centerpiece, you need to build a task group to go around it. And as said, there is a high likelihood the Russians would build some nuclear escorts to go with the carrier so they don't have to resupply them, because then that makes up for their lack of basically fleet auxiliaries. They could end up making a thing of building a whole nuclear-powered battle group with a nuclear-powered supply ship which supplies them with all the dry stores they could run out of, and three or four escorts which are nuclear-powered, and the carrier, and have their whole E=mc² group like the US Navy did a couple of times, where they had carrier go out with only nuclear-powered escorts. It's a great thing for showing the flag and status and doing that, but in the nicest way, as an actual warfighting capability, you're never going to have enough ships. It's going to be too expensive. But
And as a
the
diplomatic thing, the number of ports you can go to will be limited.
yes, but as a status thing, for staying your battle group is showing up and it's all nuclear-powered ships, you can make a big fuss with it.
Mm. It's an interesting.
And it'll sound powerful to all of the media. If you don't know much about what you're talking about, and you hear that the Russian fleet's entire battle group is nuclear powered, it sounds good.
Mm.
Now, it's from Minecraft Watcher. What if Britain in 1955 decided to build a nuclear cruiser similar to the Kirovs? Class would have 6 ships and be named after admirals. If the Royal Navy goes down that route, then their next generation of aircraft carriers are going to be nuclear powered. And they're going to build them. And if they do build those, then they're going with the whole global fleet perspective. It'd be interesting to see what the British would do with it. It gives them definitely a very interesting capability. It also means probably their East as Suez force is basically concentrated on those cruisers. But, yeah, it gives them something which ranks in with Long Beach in terms of capability, and they probably have to. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up having to buy the American missile systems, because I think they're probably slightly ahead of the curve versus the British built missile systems for those ships to make use of them. Or you have to do a lot of development to get a British equivalent missile system off the road working for them that's suitable for a nuclear powered cruiser. What do we all think?
I'm actually more interested to see what happens to the Dominion's Commonwealth former colonies, because in 55, I would say London still has enough pull to ensure that it can berth these ships in its Commonwealth, in the British Commonwealth, which means, especially if it's a capability that they decide to maintain, as well, yes, the U.S. Navy is now bigger than us, but we have a significant portion of our fleet is nuclear powered.
Yes, and is therefore global.
Yeah, and as a status measure, I think you see a very different reaction to nuclear power in places like Australia and New Zealand.
Potentially.
Do you think it helps the Canadians to get a nuclear subs for going under the ice, and for that matter, the Australians?
Yes and yes, but the Canadians' biggest enemy in that regard has always been the Canadian government.
At times it's been the US government as well.
Yes, but in this scenario, we have a UK that is willing, able, and committed to building a significant nuclear surface task force.
Yeah. Which probably does make other powers, but it might make nuclear power more regular, because you have to remember, if Britain builds this, then France is going to have to build it.
which has interesting implications for shipping.
Yes. And if France and Britain are both operating them, then how long before Italy decides they have to operate one or two?
So that's going to get more interesting because the Dominions can kind of point out that they were closer to Britain during kind of Manhattan Project, but the Italians aren't a nuclear power, so for them to get nuclear-powered warships would start to get interesting for some of the treaties, wouldn't it?
Well, they have nuclear reactors. They have civilian nuclear power, don't they?
Yeah, but this isn't a warship.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's a whole lot easier to make a spicy kettle than it is to make a atomic bomb.
And also, you have to, and I would point out this one in this scenario, the thing is they're the western side of the Cold War. So it gives you something, it's very different. Germany getting it, but if Italy's got it, Britain's got it, France got it, then I can understand why probably Canada and Australia are certainly going to be looking at the nuclear submarine approach because they're even more common.
Mm.
And
But
might
they're
even
more like-
they
they're more like-
might even buy some of the UK, or buy the designs of the UK. The interesting thing is going to be Japan. Because Japan is interesting. As we said,
So
the Japan comes from two policies. One, they believe in peace, and they want to make sure peace has the best chance to work. And you got this very heavily from their museums, from their, especially stuff around Hiroshima, but other parts. But they also have a never again, we put ourselves in that situation approach. And that can be seen in the way they look at their armed forces and the way they prepare them and train them.
I mean, so long as their Coast Guard don't get the nukes, I'm not too worried.
Yeah. I will re-emphasize again that we very quickly came. The ship shape. Probably the biggest shock to all of us was when we got out there and realized just how much action the Japanese Coast Guard gets. They have. They were.
They have a lot of scalps.
Yeah. They are an organization which has been involved. Let's put it this way. As I said before, and I'll say again, there are navies which have had less action since 1945 than the Japanese Coast Guard. By a hefty margin.
I'm pretty sure there are NATO navies that have had less.
Oh, there are definitely NATO navies which have had less.
Yeah. And they were impressive because they weren't tub thumping about it. They were just getting on with things.
Yeah, the Coast Guard was kind of the made more impressive by the fact they didn't tub fun about it, but they went, yeah, oh, here's this ship we took off the North Koreans. Here's this ship that has happened. There's this ship we did. Just sort of going to these little museums and going, oh, good God, it's you just walk into and go, there's another Coast Guard museum. Oh, let's go into it. It's probably just the General Service Museum, what they've been up to, and going, oh, and there's another ship and another one. Oh, good. How often do you do this? But you sight these ships out? And it's usually with their 25mm chain guns.
Yeah, and then they'll also display their bits of kit that have got holes in.
Yeah.
It's fascinating the way that radar stopped working, and you look at it and go, yes, that's because there's a 7 and a little bit millimeter hole going through it.
Yeah.
And apparently it doesn't like that. Who'd have thought electronics didn't like that?
Joe Fredericks, a couple of people have said that the China has expanded infrastructure to a point that they can build 20 subs. Why do they build such infrastructure if the People's Liberation Army Navy isn't planning on operating that many subs? Okay, so here's the thing. It takes roughly nuclear reactors, everything else. They've got. It takes 4 to 5 years to build a nuclear submarine. With all the components, basically, China has the capacity to have 20 subs under construction at any one time, according to some estimates. Which means theoretically 4 entering service at a time. Which would theoretically, if they operate for 20 years, give you a total of 80 submarines. However, that's if everything is running super efficiently and you are basically able to do a constant production line through things, and there are no delays, no changes of design, nothing like that. The reality is very different. It's kind of like Britain has the capacity. We have the capacity to build about 8 simultaneously in various stages, right? We usually only have about 4 actually under construction at any one point because of the realities of it and costing and things. So basically with China, yeah, it's theoretically 20. In reality, it's not going to be. Because also, then on top of that, you're going to need producing the components for ships, boats which are under maintenance. Then you have boats which are going in for major maintenance, etc., which then use similar facilities. And so, yeah, it's one of those things of someone's done a theoretical analysis of it and gone, they've got the capacity to have 20 under construction at once, and the reality is.
The reality is, if you put it on paper, yes, they potentially do. Would they? Could they?
Should they? Probably not.
Where are their bottlenecks? Do we know what their bottlenecks are?
Additionally, I would point out that A, surge capacity is always very nice to have, and B, the employment and government's role in employment in China is not necessarily the same it is in the West.
Okay.
Which is going to put the thumb on the scale of exactly how much infrastructure they build versus what they need or want.
Yeah, we are talking about the nation which has whole cities which have never been moved into.
But number go up.
You okay, Foxo?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
said, but
but-
number must go up.
Yes. But it is. Yeah, China is its own special beast, and it's a fun thing to get to grips with. Stevka, what is the best modern cruiser and why? There isn't the only option really that is the only theoretical thing called a cruiser which is actually in service, which is just called a cruiser. You've got options are the various Soviet-era Russian vessels in service, or the Taikos. No. If you're talking in fulfilling cruiser roles, one of the best in service still vessels, pound for fulfilling the cruiser role, was the Type 22 frigate of its period, believe it or not. I would also say for the US Navy, it was, I'm trying to remember, I think it was the Kids. They were the ones which were originally being built for the Iranians, and they had all sorts of things in them which made them really good for diplomacy, because of the way they were completed out. Yeah, the Kid class. If I'm not mistaken, they are now in service with the Taiwanese. And they're good vessels. Really good little vessels. But yeah, the kids are all right.
But
I couldn't resist it. I'm sorry. I do apologize now. I couldn't resist.
Have you seen the kids these days?
Yeah, the kids are all right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it was a bad one. I own it, but yeah, the kids are all right.
I'm not certain if you're the right amount of sorry or the right kind of sorry. I need to send you to the gulag.
What's the best procurement decision Russia could Russia make today?
Stop fighting a war, because it tends to chew up and mess up your procurement quite a lot.
I mean, the issue with that is they've kind of already put their hand in the beehive, in the wasp there, sorry. Pulling it out is as bad as putting it in economically at this point. They've already done the damage.
They're basically scuppered whatever they do. Best procurement decision they could make right now?
Bail out some of the major companies?
Potentially. They need...
Because...
the best procurement decision they could realistically make right now is procure a decent lorry, because their logistics has gone to pot. They need a decent medium lorry.
Either that or invest in a whole bunch of off-brand Toyotas.
Honestly, yeah, they need a lot of Toyota Hilux. They need a lot of Hilux for what they've got going on. It's one of those silly things that, nicest way. Every time there's a war in the Middle East or in Africa, Toyota's share prices go up.
And it's just sort of the normalization of the pickup truck as a, especially frontline supply unit. It's like,
yeah.
I really wish we could get Hiluxes in the U.S.
Oh, they are lovely to drive. I was driving one this week because I was borrowing one from a friend, and was using it to move some stuff for the house. And I'm just going, oh, they're so nice to drive.
Doc, why you gotta hurt me like this?
Hey, look, a nice way to think that still hurts me is the finding out that the car we hired from Nissan in Japan is no longer in production because they are still producing the Duke. You have no idea. We were in a car which was nice and comfortable to drive, which was comfortable for 4 large blokes to sit in with bags, with plenty of space. All of us had legroom. It was brilliant in the performance. It was everything was good. And then we were looking at I have never heard Drax so disappointed as when he looked it up and went, yeah, they were building this. And they stopped because they decided the Duke was a better fit for the global market. Literally, Dan can back me up on this. I don't think I have ever heard Drax sound more disappointed and me sound more annoyed in more quick statement because the car was so nice to drive.
Yep.
It is the Nissan I have driven which was closest to driving a Subaru in terms of comfort. And driving a Subaru is a sheer pleasure.
Subaru?
Don't laugh. Well, actually, no. Laugh even harder because depending upon the amount of work we get out of this facility, I'm seriously considering getting a new car.
Well, you need one when you come to the UK anyway.
Yeah, you'll need one that drives on the correct side of the road.
Considering as how that's a complete floating point of, yeah, I'd like to, but you need visa.
Soon we'll all be living in America.
Less likely.
Mm-hmm.
She's memeing too close to the sun again.
Timu, question for
You
Rudon.
can't photosynthesize, no matter how much you might want to.
Okay. Timu, question for Runon. Do you think that I would make a decent tech marine?
You've shown no technical aptitude, so no.
Lions. Have you got any good source of information about crew structure on different sizes of ships? Plastered through all sorts of books. Yes, I have. But in lots and lots of different books. There's no one book about that.
It'd be quite cool if there was.
Would be cool. It would be a useful reference if there was. Carrot 1151, is there actually a list somewhere of the normal and chemical munitions that were dumped in the Irish Sea? There's a list in the National Archives. How accurate it is depends on whether or not you believe that they were that the people who were ordered to dispose of the stuff weren't just chucking it straight in and going and offloading it, and were actually checking what they were chucking in 100% before they did it, if they were doing all the checks necessary. It's believed to be accurate by some. Some of us believe it's definitely a starting point for accuracy.
Well, given that the Department of Climate, who have been in charge of figuring out what's washed up on the Irish coast, have a different list to what the British have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also the fact that the theoretical amount which was supposed to be delivered to that particular point would have taken roughly 2/3 of the trips that ships took to go and offload the stuff.
Yep. And it's a lot.
So,
this is
talking about. So yeah, the odds are the ships weren't all fully loaded, so that does explain some of that discrepancy. But there's also the fact of they weren't that lacking in loading.
Yeah, the Irish government might be the best place to find information on it. Because of what they found. But then again, it's trusting the Irish government currently.
It's a starting point. It's like it's all these things. There's a British government report. There's the Irish government report. They're both starting points. There's a few archaeologists I know who spend some time out there, and yeah.
So, the big thing with the Hilux, Walter Brodos, is that they're brain dead simple. Versus a Tacoma, which is got the Toyota problem of they're great when you keep up on the maintenance.
The criteria I can give this to you because I actually met up with a friend of mine in Japan who is a Toyota engineer, and we for some reason were discussing the Hilux. I can't think why. And basically, the point came across that the ethos still stands when they're making the Hilux. That everything should be able to be the basic version, everything should be able to be maintained in a rough field scenario with 5 tools.
Is one of them swearing?
No, they're Japanese. But basically, 5 basic tools are supposed to be enough to allow you to maintain a Hilux in the field. A hammer and a spanner are 2 of them. YouTube Minecraft, what if Italy was allowed to keep its navy post-war? They were allowed to keep their navy post-war, in fact did.
We're allowed to keep their capital assets. I think those were all...
They
keep some cruisers.
That's not a capital asset.
They were allowed to keep one of their...
They did keep it.
I think.
Yeah, they were allowed to keep them, but they became the Marina Militaire. Their air force was all transferred, if I remember correctly, to the Knights of St. John, the Knights Hospitallers, but for a while. But that was some fun things going on. But they were allowed to keep their navy.
Stafford, you've obviously never worked as an electrician. Everything is a hammer.
Even yourself?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's it like being a hammer?
Well,
Why do you think when I go to bed I put the hammer down?
Bum.
all right. US is Montana 64-37. Is the UK transitioning to 5-inch 64? Theoretically. Let's put it this way. The Type 26 is going to have the 5-inch gun. And then probably the ones after that. But it's the 5-inch 62, if I'm not mistaken. Not 5-inch 64. Yeah, 5-inch 62. Used to be the 5-inch 54, now it's the 5-inch 62. And yeah, the Royal Navy is slowly moving in that direction. It's glacial. It is glacial.
Oh my god, somebody made a Mario-themed Creature Comforts parody. I think I can die happy now.
Alright, I'm going to go put a poodle in the garden quickly, so I'm going to give you the next question. What is everyone's favourite dreadnought battlecruiser of all time? And while you're doing that, answering that, please don't excuse me while I go put a poodle in the garden. Come on! Garden.
Foxo internally debating.
Whiskey?
I presume we're going off ones that were built, because otherwise Foxo has even more problems.
It's like asking me to pick which one of my children I love the most. It's like,
Yeah, but knowing you, you'll be able to go that one.
just because I'm not one for children doesn't make me that callous.
No, but you're blunt enough to go, no offense, but that's the one I like the most.
Dragon's bullying me.
Foxo, your threshold for bullying is so low at this point, it's just assumed.
Cat sent him to the sun.
We're also
Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer.
It's boring, it's generic, but HMS Warspite in 1942.
yeah. I mean,
The Dutch cold. They want their vanilla back.
As I said, it's the boring, simple option. Because I really like that partial rebuild she got.
I mean, I actually prefer the rebuilds that Valiant and Queen Elizabeth got, which were the same as Renown. I love Renown, but I wish she had more armor.
I like the casemates on Warspite. The 6-inch casemates, I think, really still fit her in a partial refit configuration.
Yeah.
And to be fair, they did actually prove semi-useful. Because they were useful in Narvik.
Yeah, I mean,
Which, to be fair, she shouldn't have been in the situation to need them to be useful. But, hey.
Hello, my stuffing murdering sister.
Though if I don't choose Warspite, it would probably be the Iron Dukes. I really do like the look of the Iron Duke class.
So, what have we all agreed?
I mean, I actually think the Shrapnel class are quite attractive just from a aesthetic, kind of looking at them point of view. But
Dreadnought.
no,
Nor are they Dreadnought battlecruisers.
no.
They're just armored cruisers. But...
No, sorry, I was thinking of the World War II battleship.
fall into the purview of this? Because that it's
They're technically Dreadnought style. They're technically Dreadnought type.
I thought they technically would be fast battleship.
They are, but that's technically Still considered a subset of Dreadnought.
So at that point, then that's just basically any battleship built after Dreadnought. So,
I mean, Vanguard has to have a special place in one's heart, being the world's only fully armored battlecruiser.
She is cute.
She's cute, and she's a very good seaboat.
Yeah.
However, I've got to go for the MILF in the room and go for Hood.
knew
When it
you were
comes to
going to do
Vanguard.
that.
Sorry.
Did you have to say it that way?
Yes, you did.
In the nicest way, I'm going for the. I'm not going to say that because that would torture Runon too much.
Do it. At this
Oh.
point. They've been tortured enough. They're slowly becoming
Okay.
used to it.
If everyone understands what I'm about to say is purely to torture Runon, nothing else. The sexiest Bao in the room, that is, of course, Renown.
That really doesn't do anything torture-wise for me, so... Mission failed, get him next time, I guess?
What, Bao doesn't affect you?
No. I don't watch VTubers.
And
Nor do I
then
trust-
then Runon reveals that she does know exactly what I just said.
Okay, you want to know who most of my VTuber knowledge comes from?
Mhm.
You.
I was going to say either probably from Clarke or from Foxo.
Like, Foxo asked me about some VTuber drama beat, and I had to look it up. And the only reason she asked me is because it's tangentially related to one of my special interests.
Okay, quick on that. Has anyone here been to Shelby, England?
Why?
I want to know what it's like.
Again, why?
And apparently there was a famous act from there between 1970 and the early 2000s.
So, well, you're talking about Selby in North Yorkshire, right?
Yes, it's south of York.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a really nice hotel there.
Not been, but did work with a pretty girl called Kate Selby. Sorry, attractive
Hello,
young woman.
Hello, Kate.
Not redheaded.
Mm.
You must have been very disappointed.
She's also married, so you know. And I.
You must have been disappointed.
Yeah. I'm just seconding Fox on this. No, it was very nice. Selby was quite nice. It's basically it's one of those places you can actually pretty much navigate your entire way around the town by looking up on the skyline and looking for the abbey. And working out where you are in relation to the abbey.
Roger.
Hmm.
Do we want to know why you were asking?
Win a bet, and I think I'm going to lose it this time.
What's the bet?
Again.
A bottle of Jack Daniels and bragging rights.
Why is Jack with you?
And I have to tell someone who told me the answer to the last question. I ended up asking and rambling on.
Sometimes I get asked questions by people in comments, and I have no idea if they're asking me an actual question or if they are being slightly silly.
both. Why not both?
Well, someone just asked me, why didn't, on the Queen Elizabeth class video, why didn't we build Hawkeye under license in the UK? And of course, Hawkeye only flies from Cadabar carriers.
This one's gonna annoy me now.
That's answered that question. Alright, so Montana 67. Since the Japanese Navy has reclassed the Izumos as carriers, will we see more of this type being constructed? Probably not Izumos, but as I've said before, my suspicion is that their next class large ship will probably be an amphib, an LHD, especially when you consider the island issues that they're currently facing. And I wouldn't be surprised if, after they've been operating the Izumos in their carrier configuration for a while, if they don't actually build something larger along the sides of a Queen Elizabeth class carrier. Something about that size. Because realistically, the Queen Elizabeths are about the upper size for what you want to go with conventional powered these days. If you're going bigger than that, you're probably going nuclear. Stafford, the Dominions are given the ships the Royal Navy scrapped after World War II. How does it affect their heavy industries and economic growth in a post-war world? Well, they have a lot of scrap metal they can use. No, they probably, if they decide to use them and crew them, then they have that's a boost up in status in the world. If they decide to scrap them, then they've got a lot of scrap metal to use, which is going to help economic growth. It's basically, the thing is, ships themselves don't provide economic growth. How you use them, and normally it's the building of the ships and the investment in the industry and infrastructure which comes from constructing ships, which is the biggest initial economic investment to growth in your economy. And then it's the security the ships provide and the ability to reach they provide that allows you to grow your economy wider, as your people feel they're more secure in trading around the world because you will provide them the necessary security. So, yeah. That's sort of the normal point we tend to look at.
What in the world is that background?
To answer the question, which has just come up of not Forrestal class, the reason why I said Queen Elizabeth class is because of the size of most dry docks available. The Forrestals were 325 meters overall. The Queen Elizabeth class are just a tad smaller, and that makes a big difference. If I remember correctly, they are. Yeah, they are. I just wanted to check this. They are 284 meters overall, and you'd be amazed at the amount of difference that makes in terms of the amount of dry docks facilities that can be used, that can support them and sustain them. It's about a 50-meter difference in terms of dry dock capacity you need, and in terms of capability, in terms of length. So it's quite a big thing in operational in terms of cost and in terms of cost point of entry. It's one of the things that we often find ourselves looking at when we're talking about, what is going to be the pragmatic that most nations are going to operate. America has a disproportionate advantage in terms of length for their dry docks and all those things and spaces for the larger ships. If you go and look at dry dock length and most nations' dry dock length, you'll find most are 300 or so meters, or 300 or below. And so 284, 285 meters is about the maximum length you sort of really want to go with, okay? Because again, I did have an interesting conversation with someone the other day who went, well, you know, if your dry dock is 300 meters long, you can put a 300 meter ship in it. And I went, well, you can, but that gives you no space or capacity if the ship has any issues. Realistically, you want to have space at each end of your dry dock. Probably at least 5 meters, if not 10, if you can have it. So so you have some space for things if the things happen, especially when you are floating the vessel or when you are lowering the vessel and taking the water out. You want to have the space to maneuver the hull a bit. So, yeah.
You appear to be suggesting that warships may get dinged up and need to go into a dry dock whilst not in perfect tip-top shape.
Yes.
This appears to be heresy.
I know. Whenever I suggest this, it's like when I suggest you need to function into your numbers enough vessels to deal with damage.
But as the US Navy will clearly demonstrate, your ship will never get damaged.
Oh yeah.
Look at Bonhomme Richard. They totally have the capacity to tolerate losses amongst their large amphibians. That hasn't completely ballsed up everything for years ahead.
No. Alright. Oh, in feet, we're talking... I have it somewhere.
Just multiply the meters by 3, it's close enough.
Yeah, just basically, just times it roughly by 3. It's about 932 foot in terms of the Queens of class. In terms of the Forrestal, it's 990 foot. So we're talking, no, 1,000 foot, 1,067 foot. So we're talking about 100 foot. Different capacity. It's the dry dock spaces. Yeah, but if you're going to use floating dry docks, Grey Ghost, then you have to build the floating dry docks as well. So that's an extra cost you have to build. And that's extra money you have to invest in. And again, it's a thing of, it's fine, you can do this. It's like all these engineering solutions. You can do them. You can build bigger dry docks yourself. Or you can have floating dry docks and you can float them where you need in the world to operate and support your carriers. But that's going to cost extra money. And you tend to not have an infinite money pot.
We will now not make jokes about UK politicians and the magic money tree.
Grey Ghost, they can take ships which are longer themselves in for damage repairs. They can do. But if you're talking about a dry dock which is a floating dry dock which can accommodate something which is 70 plus thousand ton vessel, you are not talking about your average floating dry dock. Again,
and additionally, if you have a ship that is damaged in the bow or the stern, you cannot service that area in a floating dry dock that is any significant degree
shorter.
And I would even argue that is even in the same length class. It would have to be notably longer. Because of the fact that you have to be able to work around the things which are below the waterline.
And the US has quite a few floating dry docks, and even they don't have many that are that big in service. Most of them are really not that long. They're mostly less than 500 feet. I'm looking for the large ones as well, and No, that was sold in 1997. That was sold in 1985. Sold in 1995. 97. There is none of them actually. Possibly U.S. Is it still in use? No. It was divided into 5 sections and disposed of. Oh, that's just worse. No.
Doc, are you implying that the bright minds on Capitol Hill and at the Pentagon destroyed a very valuable geostrategic asset and never replaced it?
Yeah. All of them. According to their own website. According to their own stuff.
Oh. Well.
Stafford, those are rookie numbers. What, the U.S. is at $1 trillion, I think, now? When you include mandatory?
What's that?
The size of the federal deficit.
Oh. Well, at certain points, these numbers just start to become magical.
Yeah.
And no one can afford to call in your debts.
And anyone who can afford to can just, under the circumstances which somebody can afford to, they can also just be laughed at.
Yeah, it's a weird world.
I do love the number of people who believe that Project Ark Royal is something which is going to happen, and I sit there and go, no, it was a design study. It was basically classic British Royal Navy. It's a design study. Is it going to happen? No. It's basically the thing of kind of like, the Royal Navy produces design studies like French car companies produce concept cars. They come out often. Stephen Rutherford, in the London Treaty, what would the effect be of a destroyer leader provision, let's say, same restriction as a destroyer, but double the displacement?
They had that. That was what the tribals filled.
Yeah, but that was only a few hundred tons. That wasn't a full. That wasn't a doubling. Doubling would add another. It was a 50% increase. Doubling would take it up even more. Basically, what you'd see is things like the Trouble class, but only more so.
In terms of Britain, it was about 1,500 tons, so it would be about take you to
roughly 3,000 tons.
Yeah.
And they went out to roughly 1,800 and something tons in standard displacement, 1,850. So 350. So they went up by a quarter. It's roughly a quarter, isn't it? Roughly a quarter or something. A quarter. So you're taking up instead to about 3,000 tons. So you're going to have probably the same things. I would say probably in the case of the Trouble class, the Royal Navy probably go, right, we're going to keep the number of guns we kept historically, and I'm just going to add in extra torpedo launchers. Again, the Americans are probably just going to add in even more torpedo launchers, as are the Japanese.
Japanese add all the torpedo launchers.
Oh, the Ark Royal project was a theoretical discussion of what could be a future changes for the Queen Elizabeth class carrier, that they had an emails which was not going to be able to launch anything more than drones, and people go, well, it could launch Hawkeye. No, it couldn't. It was a drone system only. It wasn't. It was basically a paper put together. Because the Royal Navy does papers ongoing about what they could do in terms of future adaptations of ships and future evolutions of ships. Me and Drac regularly have fun with them because the papers during World War II are used sometimes. Look, what happens quite often, and I think me and Drac have discussed this in one of the two historians, is an unsuspecting American historian comes over to the UK Archives for the first time they're going for a wartime responses, and they find in something like the complete changing of nail rods to 5-inch 38s. Changing it all over to American guns. And they then go back and go, look, the British were planning on doing this. And you sit there and go, no, that was one of about 30 design studies they produced on the nail rods that year alone. It was literally them looking at the options. So if someone came up with, so if a politician comes to them and goes, can you do this? They can go, well, we can. It will cost this much, and this will be the consequences of it.
And
not that they're actually going to do it.
It also keeps people ticking over with the work of working out what you can do with the ship, what you can't do with the ship, etc.
Mm.
Which is useful, I'd say.
It's helpful. It's helpful in some ways. Castanea, does any modern navy operate go fast, i.e. large speedboat with 4 plus 300 horsepower engines? They don't tend to need to do that, but if you look at some of the ribs and the speed they get up to, yeah, they're fairly fast. And there is the what are they called? They have the specific name for them. Yeah, the Pacific 24s, which are built by BAE Systems, mostly used by the Royal Navy, but also used by various designed used by various other navies. They're capable of officially listed as having a top speed of 38 knots. And yeah, I think usually have a couple of engines, but it's a case of do you have produce ones? Mostly when we're talking about vessels having a lot of engines like that, we'd be talking about things like the Iranian Navy or things like that, most often not. And I'm not quite sure if we call the Iranian Navy necessarily the modern Navy, or the Iranian Republican Guard as a modern Navy. They are a interesting formation.
I think the other thing with that is the kind of modern Western navies. If they need something that goes really fast, they'll send a helicopter.
Grey Ghost, I don't want to shock you, but actually I was once asked in a conference when I delivered a paper about Taranto, why the Royal Navy didn't use the Habakkuk for the Havoc carrier for the Taranto operation.
Because it was
That
busy.
must have been in death.
Because it was busy in the North Atlantic. Duh.
Unfortunately, it was not, but in the defense of this particular person, they came from a country which didn't always have the best access to British materials.
Yeah.
And English was definitely not their first language. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's opinion on General Meade from the...
I'll be honest, I've never heard of them.
You and one of Drac's patrons will greatly disagree on that point.
Meade is very good.
Meade
Yeah.
isn't good, you're just old.
I knew that was coming.
Meade is one of the many unremarkable and solid generals that the Union had in the Civil War. I think he was there I think he was in charge at Gettysburg.
Yeah.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't have as much flash as Grant or Sherman, but he's not quite as interesting as someone like. Oh, great! I can't think of his name now.
McClellan?
Thank you. When you're done with the army, can I use it?
I would say my opinion of Meade is shaped by two things. What he does at Gettysburg, but also by the fact that when Grant comes to take charge of various things, Meade says, I'll resign, I'll serve wherever you wish. He puts his country before his own ego. And that means I have a lot of respect for him. I don't think he was... He wasn't a star-spangled banner of a soldier, but he was a good, solid soldier, and he was exactly what you needed. And honestly, whilst Meade probably did find the sharing headquarters with Grant for the rest of the war, he was good. He was good. There is something, though, which is, this is a classic early example of the power of the press, and it's one of the stories which I'm never quite 100% sure if it's not, but apparently when Meade basically had an angry exchange with a reporter from the Philadelphia Inquirer, I think I can't remember his name, because there was an unfavourable article, hence the phrase that was used in the various sources to describe it. Unfavourable, aka hatchet job. The other reporters were all annoyed at him actually having the temerity to argue back the reporter over this. So from that point onwards, they decided they would only ever mention Meade in conjunction with setbacks, which did colour a lot of the opinion of Meade for the rest of in history, because the initial view of history from people reading newspapers was that Meade was only ever mentioned when things were going wrong.
Sounds on brand for American journalism.
Yeah, journalists can be very nippy and grumpy when they are offended.
Mm-hmm. He was a good officer. YouTube Micro Watcher, what if each panel member was sent to save one person from history and bring them to the present? You pick Willis Lee. Who would I pick?
I've brought him up once already, but Ragnar Lodbrok.
Bring to the present.
Henderson. Or possibly Nelson.
Henderson would be fun, because you brought Henderson to the present. And A, you managed to save his life. But B, you then went, well, technically, as there's no current Third Sea Lord of the Royal Navy, you are the Third Sea Lord of the Royal Navy. Go fix the Royal Navy. He probably would do it.
There's also a reasonable chance he would be the most... You could... Given when his commission was... You could probably point out that he would be the most senior officer in the Navy.
Technically, he's a full admiral, because technically he was commissioned admiral before he died. So if you get him at the right point where the modern medics can save him and heal him, and he can be back in duty.
If I pull him out of time at that point, but history has continued, he did die at that point, having been promoted,
Yes.
but he is still alive.
Mhm.
But his commission, I mean, when did he join the Navy? It was like before 1900, I think.
Yeah, it was 1895, 96.
Yeah. So he is like, how long have you held your commission? 130 years.
Yep.
You're not that tortoise that up.
No. Stafford, he wouldn't have a heart attack or a stroke at the modern Navy. He would, in a nicest way, that kind of operator would go to town on the. There is no one in the current British politics who are as good at political operations as Henderson is. Not a single one of them. In the nicest way. When you consider when he was Third Sea Lord, you look at the politicians he had to deal with and had to manage. The titans of politics, the Baldwins, the Ramsay MacDonalds, the Churchills, all these people he had to deal with. And then you look at the current crop of British politics. He would run rings around them. In the nicest way, he would have to actually take days off because he'd be working at such a high speed compared to them. He would overload them. God, it would be so worth it.
I'm going to be selfish and say my mom's dead.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because, to be frank, I don't see the point in bringing any of the historical figures to the fore. Because anybody that I would actually like to bring is going to be slightly blindsided by everything that's going on. So,
Yeah.
I'm not saying they couldn't adapt. I'm just saying, yeah, it would be very, very much a curveball that I don't think they would want to deal with this.
Yeah. Right. So we'll go on till about midnight. Is that okay with everyone? Because then I think
Yeah, fine by me.
because we'll take about 5 more questions in then. Because we've got 2 left in the pot, so we could take 5 more questions in and finish them off. We could finish off at midnight. Because then we don't have 7 questions in 28 minutes.
I was going to sign out, not least because my phone battery is down to 3% and I can't be asked to find the charger.
All right. Take care, Dan.
So,
Thanks for being here as well. Thank you.
no problem.
No,
See you on
Great
Thursday.
Ghost. No, not Browning.
Well, I'll
Browning
see you. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Actually, be chatting with you tomorrow evening. We've got the special version of Ramblings, haven't we? Tomorrow, yeah.
I think a fun one to bring back might be Victoria.
I'm gonna miss Ramblings because I'm gonna be somewhere in a turbine hole.
Oh.
That was sad. Mainly
Sorry.
because we depend on you to sort of, in some ways, keep Fleet from fleeting us virtually.
I might be able to pop in for a couple minutes at the start. It depends upon when lunch actually happens.
I hope lunch does happen.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'll catch you all tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Fleet has never offered to pay me my union wage to go moderate his live stream, so I'm not taking time off work to do it. Also, I took this Saturday off, so I can't really take a second day off without having good reason.
Mm-hmm. It's fun times. So
bringing Browning back is no. We have so much better designs now.
okay, so next question. as Paul, Steve Clarke, as Paul has asked the questions, the dumbest or hasn't asked a question, the dumbest or oddest question or response of this week. Oh, oddest comment this week. I've had so many. I've had some there have been some really interesting comments this week. This is why I've got to restart the comment response videos, and that's going to be part of the Christmas period. They're going to be the Monday videos. They're going to be comment response videos. It's an interesting question with some of the stuff going on. Ooh, where was the really weird one? There was a really nutty one.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
I know, but it was one which basically started off by insulting me and then by the end was eulogizing me and calling me a god of historians. Literally, I quote.
Anima Dominic?
Okay.
I can't find it now. But literally there was one which started off with basically swear words, which is why it ended up in the hidden section, and then not in the hidden, in the I'm reading through the ones where they have gone to be held, and then by the end swearing at me and calling me evil, and then by the end is declaring I'm a god of historians.
Somebody asked me for my dead name this week.
Look, in a nice way, perhaps they were buying a tombstone for you.
No, they just not aware that that's not a question you ask a trans person.
I'm only half joking when I say that because a friend of mine who is on a similar path as you has literally, because their grandfather said this needs to be done properly, they didn't realise what their grandfather meant, and their grandfather meant they got them a tombstone and have put them in their garden. So that now, if their father makes any rude comments, the grandfather's plan is to say, "Do not speak ill of the dead," and have got a tombstone in their garden. I'm not sure if the grandfather is being sportive or is just trying to wind up his son-in-law. I do not know which, but it is classic British. It's also, you sit there and go, so how did you get? Oh, I went down to the local people who make tombstones and got them to make one. So that's several £100 worth it.
Why can't I have family like that?
That's just taking it to a level which is just that's just special. Oh.
Seriously, why can't I have family like that?
No, and Gregos, no, I'm not a god. I am a functioning insomniac who loves history too much. But
functionally a god then.
Huh?
They're functionally a god.
No, but my colleagues hate me because they're all complaining still about the effects of the effects of the jet lag, and there's me going, yeah, I've slept like 6 hours on average every other week since I've been home from Japan. I'm fine. I'm functioning. What about you guys? We hate you.
Oh. Yeah. PSA, if you meet a trans person, the only people who have any need or rights to know that their former name, if they have legally changed theirs, are background investigators.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
And apparently grandparents if they want to stick up a tombstone, but they probably already know that in the first place to do that.
Yes.
And it's probably best to tell one you want to have intimate relations with as well. Well,
Long-term
That you are-
long-term
Yeah,
intimidation, maybe, yes.
That you are trans, yeah, I'll agree with that. What your former name was, I don't think it's any level of requirement. What does it matter? If you've legally changed your name?
But in this case,
An
and
interesting discussion later, perhaps.
I will add to the thing is, before people think that the grandfather just stopped with a tombstone, no, he organised a piper, he had a full ceremony, he invited all the family, they didn't realise what they were turning up to, the whole lot. Grandad went the full hog.
I think at that point he's probably taking the piss. But he's also trying to be supportive.
I think his son-in-law might not have been the most supportive, from what I've heard about her dad. And so he may have decided to overcompensate, or it may be also part of his long-running desire to wind up his son-in-law.
I think it is the combination of I want to annoy the Jesus out of my son-in-law. Also, my son-in-law is making my grandkid feel bad, and I want to make him regret that decision.
Yes. But speaking as one of the friends who was invited along, this was a weird experience for me. I would have liked a heads up about what I was attending before I attended it. I might not have been wearing the t-shirt I was wearing in that case. Okay. Oh. Joel Fredericks, why is Taiwan still operating World War II era vessels? Because they still work.
boat is boat.
And because... how do I put this politely? Taiwan is in a situation where they do not get rid of anything which still works, just in case it's useful, because it's still something you have to deal with.
And also, most of them are brain dead simple, and as long as the hull is intact, you can do all sorts of interesting things with the internals.
Mm-hmm. Also, can I just admit one thing about my friend, and I will get into their name they've chosen and the name they had before. It can be used for both. Both those names could be used for both genders, without any trouble at all. And so I have told them that in the nicest way, they didn't need to go to all the cost of changing their name, because that name could have gone both ways. I understand why they did it, why they've done it, but the Scottish Cornish blood in me is going, you spent money when you could have avoided it. And I know why. I know on a psychological level, but the heart of me which doesn't like spending money is going, but you didn't need to. Just, I feel like I should admit this. I know this is weird, this is me, and only me who's going to be sitting there thinking like that, but that was me, so literally, that was going through my head. And also, when they went with another name, which was exactly the same, and can be either genders, I was sort of going, that's just... You gain nothing. No one can tell from that name either what you are. I'm sorry. I have said this to them before anyone thinks I'm saying something to you which I wouldn't say to them. No, I've said it to them. And they did turn around and go, yeah, but you're weird and I've known you since we were 3 years old. So, in the nicest way, you're allowed to get away with saying these things. I go, but yes, but the nicest way... Costs all this money to change all this stuff. Grey Ghost. Thoughts on Alaska being a halfway house between heavy cruiser and battlecruiser? No, they are actually heavy cruisers for their time. What you have to remember is there's two options to go for a really heavy cruiser in that period, and that's basically going down the route of the auto-loading, very high volume fire for 8-inch or 9.2-inch guns. or going for 12-inch guns to get the level of firepower you need to be a real heavy cruiser in that period. And realistically, the Alaskas lose out to the auto 8-inch. Everyone okay?
Physically, mentally, or psychologically?
I exist.
Just existing on the phone call because you've gone very quiet. And I was worrying Discord had cut out.
You were roboting there for a minit? I didn't know if that was you or me.
I think that's on your end.
You're Cornish, aren't you, Dr. Clarke?
Cornish in terms of residence and heritage, yes.
Do you know what Stannery Court is?
A stannery court?
Yes.
Why?
I just come up and I'm just like, what's that?
You've asked about deep Cornish knowledge.
Well, that's the interesting thing. There is a stannery court. They were the courts in Cornwall, basically. The courts of the stannaries, and they were sort of in the Middle Ages. But they were basically the courts for the tin miners in Devon and Cornwall, and they would sort out issues in terms of the tin mines. They were famous. I think they did jail MPs on occasion and various other things.
Oh, so they were kind of like a local early judicial system.
They were.
Kind of like what York had and Yorkshire.
Yes, but stannery law is the law that governs tin mining. So literally it was to do with the tin mines. And they are an interesting organizer. They are very interesting, and how do I put this politely? There's a lot of money in tin, and making sure it's done legally and properly and correct is very, very important. And everything's done to standard is important. So these courts had a lot of power. Because you have to remember, at times, because of the value of tin, Cornwall's the richest part of the UK. At times, it was, but honestly, in Cornwall, I think they have actually... they're not just courts, they also had a stannery legislature or something, a parliament, I think it was. But it was, I'm not sure how long that lasted for. I think I know it had some arguments with King John and won them, like the barons did.
That man does not seem to have a really good track record when winning arguments.
No, but I think the thing is, William Marshall was on the side of the stannery court, so the stannery courts were never going to lose that fight. Basically, John was okay as long as he had actually managed to get Marshall to agree with him. If he couldn't get his chief advisor to agree with him, then no one was going to agree with John, because they all preferred Marshall to John. And it's one of those periods where if there had been a vote as to who should be the front leader of the UK, John would have lost and William Marshall would have probably won.
Pretty much.
Marshall is just that kind of guy. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's favourite third rate or fourth rate? Third rate's HMS Africa. I'm sorry, it is. But
yeah.
It got one.
Carrot1151, where do you recommend to eat in central London when visiting Belfast? Ooh. Okay. So, The thing is, there is I tend to go across the river to towards the Tower of London, and then I look for a barbecue place called Bourdain's, because I really like Bourdain's, and I can only ever find them in London in the UK, and they do really, really nice barbecue. But there are others which are closer. That's just me. Okay? Carrot1151. Well, actually, no. Does anyone else have any recommendations for where to visit to eat near HMS Belfast?
Yes,
Some
don't
place
eat
which
anywhere
serves-
on the Thames itself.
Someplace which serves human-compatible food.
Like, the Thames is a tourist trap. Do not go anywhere near it.
This is one of the reasons why I tend to go to Bourdain's. Is it's just far enough back from the Thames that it's actually decently priced and good quality, good sized food. I think I have taken Drac in there. I know I've taken at least one ex-girlfriend in there, and I think I've taken my mum in there about once, twice, and I know I've done a whole lot of colleagues from King's, because not from King's, because that Bourdain's is very nice, and it's always been good. I think it's still going. I now live the opposite end of the country, so I don't go up to London as often as I used to. I have to check. Yeah, Bourdain's Tower Hill is still open. And it is a really, really nice barbecue place.
Grey Ghost, to my knowledge, the Constitution class were built with a frigate hull form, but fourth or third rate timbers.
Not really. That's often a bit of a misnomer about them. They were certainly built with slightly heavier timbers than normal, but they are heavy for a frigate. They are not at the level at which they're a fourth or third rate. They're not heavy enough to support. They're not designed. Let's put it this way: if you're going to make them heavy enough to support multiple decks, that would be of the standard and type of gun deck you'd use on a fourth rate or a third rate. That would be very, very expensive. And I'm sorry, Congress don't give the U.S. Navy that amount of money in that time period.
Congress give the U.S. Navy money?
Yeah. Cat1151, when will you visit HMS Caroline? It's on my plans. I keep meaning to get out there. I've got to do another research trip around UK. We'll see how long my credit card actually survives with all the building work we've got going on in the house. If I have the spare money come January, I might take myself for a trip. I've got to visit Newcastle again. I've got to visit Glasgow again. I've got to visit London and see Q again. And if I'm already in Liverpool, or rather we're all looking at the Wirral Archive Centre, then I might well pop across to Belfast on the ferry. Because, don't take this the wrong way, but the planes I have had the most experience of managing to hurt my ears on are the ones which go across between the UK and Ireland, because they go up and they go down, and none of them seem to be well maintained, and every time the pressure seems to go wrong and my ears go pop, and I end up with not being able to hear for a good hour and a half after I land, and I just find it annoying. I'd rather spend the time on the flipping ferry and not have to deal with it. I am a very strange flyer. I really don't mind long distance flights, they're fine. The short distance flights, I look at the quality of the aircraft on the route and I decide if I prefer to go by train, by car, or by ferry. Because, yeah, in the nicest way, no one seems to maintain the short hoppers as well as they do the long-distance hoppers. I don't know why. But they really don't. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. It could be the margin. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What is your thoughts on the concept of missile battleships and battle cruisers? I just call them cruisers. And I've done also a bit of video where I did joke that, maybe the cruisers are, maybe if we call them frigates, ASW cruisers, destroyers or air defense cruisers, Maybe general purpose cruisers will be called battle cruisers or something like that. I did joke about that, but yeah, it's basically a case of we need to build. We all know we need to build a bigger ship which can carry have a lot more VLS depth, because we've been kidding ourselves for a while that we can get away with what we have, and that isn't the situation we're in. And yeah. Yeah. But the trouble is, the ferries from Cornwall, if I remember correctly, don't take you to the right end of Ireland. Yes, Ryanair. Yeah, that is the good reason for why. Yes, there could be issues. Yeah. Good lord. My sister likes to go. You know, she went on Ryanair a few times, and she sometimes talks and compares the Ryanair experience to my experience in Japanese airlines or various other things. And I kind of pointed out to her that I'm experienced with Japanese airlines, and I literally did. I did at one point. I took a photo of me measuring the distance using the tape measure I actually had in my bag. So I used it to measure the distance of my legroom. Went, this is my legroom. I have more legroom in economy on Japanese airlines long distance than you have in business class on Ryanair. It's terrible. Santa Canera, what if Old Ironsides actually was the first steel ship in the navies? No steam propulsion, just a steel ship.
That's a lot of history changed.
Well, A, she's going to be a very heavy, very difficult sailing ship. But Ryanair has business class. It used to, if I remember correctly, because I remember Karen travelled in it once. A long time ago. I don't think it does anymore. But it used to have or it went for a period where it had business class of some kind. It was a weird period. Or maybe it was an exit row. I cannot remember now for the life of me. But I'm sure it was. I'm sure because she travelled with them about a decade and a half ago, and I think they did have something like business class then. Or some kind of, maybe it's premium economy, I don't know, whatever it was called. It was something. It was the above the regular seating. But yeah, if you have steel ships, you're very quickly going to develop some form of steam propulsion, because they're heavy. The hulls are heavy. Moving through the water, they're going to be difficult, and in the nicest way, they are under sail. When you have low wind, they are going to be very difficult to move. And then Grey Ghost, explain how a first rate can be too maneuverable. Okay, look. A first rate is rarely going to be too maneuverable, but there were some first rates which were very active sailing vessels, let's say. The most of the early Spanish 4 deck ships were very active sailing vessels and would, let's put it this way, lean into maneuvering, leaning into turns, which could be a very, let's put it this way now, a kind of roller coaster like experience, especially when the seas were rough. So, yeah. When the balance is wrong, it can be fun. Right side of Ireland. No, you go and not so much the right side of Ireland. There's Caroline's in the North Island. You'd get the ferry into the South of Ireland, so then you'd have to drive all the way up Ireland. I don't think the railway... Does the railway line run up the coast of Ireland at the moment? Is it actually working? It's working still.
It's working, but each you'd have to go to County Cork, and one does not go to County Cork.
Yeah.
They have to. It's like anti-Cork, especially the actual city of Cork, it's a lot like going to wandering around as a young woman in central Birmingham at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, so I'd have fun then.
Yes.
Another way to put it to Grey Ghost is the F-16 is considered a superlative maneuvering aircraft. It's so unstable a human being cannot fly it without the assistance of a very advanced suite of computers.
It's the same with the Eurofighter, the F-22, and pretty much most modern fighter aircraft. It's how they make them so maneuverable. It's by making them completely, be completely unable to fly straight and level.
You want your first rate to be quite stable, if for no other reason than it is a gunnery platform, and stability tends to help in putting warheads on foreheads, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Now, and the final question is from Stafford. Best modern Royal Navy ship and why? Astute class are fairly good. Type 26 isn't in service yet, so I'll reserve judgment, as with the Type 31, until they're actually in service. Queen Elizabeths are very nice, but if I'd had my way, we'd have at least had a third and had the 3 LHDs, because then it'd have made sense. And had enough F-35s for all of them. Probably it's the Type 45s, now they're going through their modernization upgrade. Because now they're fitting in all the capacity they could have built them with, they're going to be really quite good.
Famous last words?
No, they're going to be quite good. They're going to be really quite good. Because they're putting in a lot of capacity. They're putting in the extra missiles, the cam systems, so that means they're going to upgrade all their other missile slots to Aster 30s or Aster 45s, if they get them. The engines, the power improvement system. Yeah, that's good. It's amazing if you sit there and you go back to some of the earlier documents and earlier discussions, and I know tidbits of this, of course, because my dad was involved in it. If they'd gone with what they originally wanted to, is basically building in one of the original solution they wanted to fit in. So basically, we finally got to the point where we're building the capacity into the vessel that it was going to need, but someone decided to save money. Yeah, I'm going to go with the Type 45s once they've had the improvements done.
Dragon, because it has a dragon on the bow and it breathes fire. HMS Dragon.
I thought you were bringing my dragon into this.
No, that's going to be you who's going to also
be concerned by that. But...
Yeah.
Screwed France. Sorry.
You screwed them.
Honestly,
Now, England now has a higher population than France.
Yeah. That doesn't surprise me, though.
How the French to the colonies?
That's some good ships. Anyway, anyone else want to add to their favourite ship of the modern Royal Navy? Or shall we call that a night?
So I do have a thing for the SUs. They're just like itty bitty murder machinies compared to some of the big boomers.
Mhm. Yeah. The subs are pretty good. Anyone else? As I said, the Queen Elizabeths are a good idea, but they're basically they're in their best idea form if you do the full program. It's one of those problems. Right, that being said, thank you very much everyone for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for taking part. Thank you for chatting away all evening. Thank you, Dan, who's not with us at the moment, has gone off to bed. And thank you, Dragon and Foxo, for your contributions and for being here this evening. It's always fun to have you all. And thank you, Runon. Hope you're all well. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope everyone who can make it does manage to make it either in person or online to the talk on Thursday, which is advertised down below. There's also going to be a premiere at 7:30 in the evening on Japanese fuels. You're going to see all the videos uploaded this week for this week. They're probably going to go up hopefully tomorrow. And then you're hopefully going to see some videos scheduled for the week after the Historiathon on Tuesday. And then you're going to see more details programmed into the Historiathon stuff for what's coming up for the Historiathon over the coming week. That's going to be fun. And then, yeah, because that's the fun thing is to say, we are a week away from the Historiathon. And I have to go I'm going to give up to London to give a talk. Instead of spending the week pulling my hair out, prepping everything for the Historiathon in here, I'm off up to London. And then I'm driving back down here, driving a van full of stuff from my aunt and uncles and IKEA for the house. I'm nuts. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you very much, everyone, for chatting away. Thank you very much for your support, for liking, sharing, subscribing, for all the people who do the memberships and the donations and all those things. Thank you for that. You should also, there should be, I think, a patron vote going live either today or tomorrow, depending on how I programmed it. Seeing as it hasn't gone live yet, I presume I put in tomorrow by mistake. I do apologize, but, you know. And thank you. Take care. The live one in London will finish before the premiere. Yes, it will do. And whilst the premiere is taking place, probably a large number of us from the live one will be actually wandering off and finding food. Which has always been fun. Take care, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, and good night.